Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we're going for gold on this Wednesday morning, and somebody will be top of the Group A podium by the end of proceedings.
Still may end up being king of the castle come the end of the day. He dug that one out. Seems to be struggle 10. This group was turned upside down for Heneghan.
Stefan's got 15. And he's got the win as well. Strange ending tonight.
Not Heneghan off his perch. 3 goes, 3 hits earlier in the game. That's now 3 darts, 3 misses. But he does land the winning double.
And it's going to be a case of all hands on deck as far as today is concerned. We're going to be watching it in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. I think it's fair to say that at the beginning of the week, we didn't quite know what to expect from this group. And after 2 days of it, we're still kind of none the wiser.
Yeah, I think that's fair. A lot of inconsistency and a lot of 4-3s yesterday. But there are still possibilities today. But I think if there's one person in this table who's kicking himself coming into Wednesday, it's Tom Lonsdale. Even though he's top of the table, he should really have a bigger gap. He could have taken advantage of what was an off-colour Conor Heneghan yesterday, but ultimately in that last game, Conor's done himself and a lot of other people a favour.
Yeah, Conor Heneghan was top of the table after day one. Didn't quite work on day two. What was the biggest differences in your mind?
He didn't get off to a great start. I think the 4-3s bit him in the butt yesterday. I think that game with Blom, where both of them had suffered 4-3 defeats in their first 3 rounds, that was a big turning point for Conor in a positive sense. But the first 3 games that he played, he just couldn't get over the line in like 7. And it felt like he was bashing his head against the wall and not getting any results. But you've got to give him credit. He came away with a couple of wins in the end. And the biggest amount of credit I can pay to him is that he put in his best performance of the week in the 10th round, which was the last game of yesterday. Now that he's done that, he's got a great chance of winning this group.
Thomas Banks is in the mix, but it looks like realistically for him, it's going to be playing for B more than winning A.
If he has a day like yesterday, he still has a small chance. But you've got to fancy that Thomas is going to have to go perfect. What is really good for him is that he's trending in the right direction. So Monday was a really difficult day, picked up only the 1 win. Yesterday he picked up 4. If he does 5 today, that is some great trajectory. Even if he doesn't win the group by winning 5 out of 5 today, Group B will beckon and he will be a threat. I just like his positivity. He creates this great aura and hunger, and that's what you should get from a 17-year-old who's really hungry for the game.
Tom Lonsdale, top of the group. Now, you mentioned a second or two ago that he'll be the most frustrated player. However, what do you feel as if he can replicate the form of day one, that he's got a very, very good chance of just racking wins up? Yeah,
he definitely can. I think the way he started yesterday, it was pretty good in a game sense, but the first couple of legs that he played, he looked quite uncomfortable, but he fixed it really quickly. But he can't finish this group the way he finished yesterday. We only had 4-0 victory yesterday, and that was for Conor against Tom. So he might need that 5th game to cooperate, purely because game 10 of his campaign here, he's lost it by 4 legs to 0, and he actually has an inferior leg difference to Conor. So yes, he's in front when it comes to points, but that can change really quickly here.
Well, Simon Adams is in 4th place, hoping to get into Group B later on in the week. And earlier on this morning, we caught up with him. Simon, great to see you again here at the Modus Super Series. How would you reflect on your first 2 days of competition so far?
Henry, it's just great to be back as well. I think for some reason or the other, every time I come to Modus, I play above my normal self. I don't know if it's just about Modus or just about the opportunity, man. You know, and they say if you are grateful for something, you attract a lot of blessings. I think with all these talented players that we have here, I remain competitive. And I think I'm pleased with what happened over the past. Well, my greatest critics, my wife and my 2 sons, they are pleased. Yeah, of course, it's good to be here.
He's got such an infectious way about the sport, doesn't he, Simon Hans? He said there that he feels like when he's here, he plays within himself. He plays better than himself. And he's not the only player really to have done that. Why do you think players play a better level on this stage, perhaps to what we see from them in floor events or other events?
I think the setting's great. The throw is obviously brilliant because we say that it's a throw made by players for players. But when you come here, there's no interference. The temperature regulation is as good as it gets. It's going to be warm today, but it's very workable. However, no distractions, no other games going on when you're playing. And these guys are just really happy to play on this stage. He did play above his normal level on Monday, but if we are being brutally honest, he didn't yesterday, but still got results. I think even he would have looked in the mirror yesterday after game 3 and said, how have I got 6 points? But that's what he walked away from Tuesday with.
Still smiling. You're not going to take that off his face. Right, let's have a look at the table going into the final day's play because Tom Lonsdale leads away very, very tight. And Blom's at the bottom of the table. And he must be scratching his head thinking, how? Because those 4 threes bit him.
Yeah, 5 4-3s yesterday and 5 defeats. But you and I spoke this morning and you informed me that he played a local tournament last night and won it. So talk about getting straight back on the horse. He didn't have to wait another day. He waited a few hours. That just goes to show what he's made of. But today we're going to find out what he's made of again. In previous times, we've seen him get himself off the bottom of a table and into a very promising position. I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again. He's off the leash today. I said that with Chris Murphy yesterday. There's no pressure on him. It's all on Lonsdale and Heneghan. You let someone like Blom off the leash, anything's possible.
And you won't be surprised to know he won a game 4-3 from 3-1 down. Right, these are the odds from the odds compilers as far as today's action is concerned. Lonsdale, top of the table, 2-point lead, but they go Heneghan 11-10 from the off.
Because he was the favourite at the start of the week, and they think with his experience and the fact that he's the only weekly winner in this week, then they've got to go with Connor. I can understand that. But from a consistency perspective and from a height of performance perspective, I've got to go with Tom. I said yesterday that I think Connor's going to win this table. I was with the bookies. I think the experience might tell. But if he gets the same start today, Connor, there's no way he's winning this group. 18
plus, speedgambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, Thomas Banks is in action in our first game against Simon Adams. And earlier on this morning, we caught up with a Bulldog. Thomas, interesting Group A, interesting week so far. How would you assess it from your perspective?
I think it's been good. I think Monday, I just come back from Dev Tour. I was long days of darts, so settling in on Monday was the main thing I wanted to do. And then yesterday, I done my best and got 4 wins. So main aim is to get in Group B. If I win the group, happy days.
You're the type of player that once it flows, you really do flow and you build up a bit of momentum.
Yeah, once it all goes, like it's hard to not miss. Like if something doesn't go, it's not going for the rest of the day. It's straight in my head, but it's something I'm working on, and once it's all going, it's going good. You
mentioned the fact you played Dev Tour, you played a lot of darts recently. How important is getting into Group B, the fact you can actually just have a little bit of a rest?
Yeah, Group B's massive for me. I mean, it's a step where I want to go. Last time I come down here, I was in Group C, and I didn't do well at all. So I think Group B will just give me a bit of a, I don't know, momentum change, and going into Group B with a fresh head and confidence to even winning the group.
How do you say you've progressed since the last time we saw you here?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, last time I come down here, I was ill, and I literally just come out of hospital, so I didn't prepare right. And this time, I'm practicing with Jules Kinton, I'm practicing with Steve West. I'm practicing with all these very good players in the area, and it's brilliant to have them like teach me, or like as if like I'm like their boy. Like, it's good to have mates like that who look out for me and will stick there by my side.
Steve West still knocking on those 130 averages though against you.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Well, Thomas, we wish you all the very best. Good luck today.
Thank you very much, Emery.
Yeah, Thomas takes on Simon in our first game of the morning session. These two looking to progress their way through to Group B, which will take place on Thursday and Friday evening. This could be a key battle in that particular race. Banks beginning the day third in the standings on 10 points. Simon also on 10. The winner will move on to 12. Level with Conor Heneghan. There would be a couple of points off Tom Lonsdale, who plays Blom in his first game of the session in Game 3. But Simon Adams, one of the adorning characters here at the Super Series, the 56-year-old from Port Elizabeth in South Africa, really made a name for himself on his debut appearance here at the Super Series, and his reappearance was one that we were very much looking forward to. As for Thomas Banks, well, he's on the other side of the experience scale. Simon Adams played in the World Seniors Match Play qualifiers at the weekend. Thomas Banks is just about young enough to still play in JDC competition. He plays and plies his trade on the development tour, but he is also number one in terms of the ADC Championship Tour Order of Merit, and well, he's going to have an interesting weekend's worth of decisions, because the final round of those events take place in Aylesbury on Saturday and Sunday respectively. But as far as this game is concerned, it's Adams who'll have the throw, and he'll be hoping to move into third place outright on 12 points. Paul Nicholson is alongside me for all the day's action.
100.
Yeah, Wednesdays are always exciting, aren't they, Henry? Because we are going to find out who's into the Week 9 finals first. And who's going to get 2 glorious days off. In Portsmouth, we have a change of referee today. Jack Garwood is at the helm. And I'm sure he'll be hoping for just as many legs as yesterday, because 96 legs yesterday.
140.
I honestly, hand on heart, can't remember a day where we had so many legs. And that was by virtue of 10 games that went 4-3.
140.
This fixture yesterday, though, was not one of them.
Yeah, yesterday had more legs than a family of spiders.
That's a lot of legs.
So I'm one of those players that just enjoys every single part of the
60.
experience, everything that comes with the sport. He's not one for the glitz, the glamour, the big time. He says that his career is not really for him. It's about inspiring that next generation back home. And as part of that interview this morning, he was also talking about how the game has developed in South Africa and how things really have kicked in motion since the last time he was here. But it's Banks who's really kicked into motion in this opening leg, leaving 81 after 9 for
100.
the immediate break of
Thomas
throw.
require 81.
Double 13.
55.
Excellent attempt.
Simon, you require 101.
But are we going to see the celebration from Adams after 15 darts? We're about to find out. He's chosen tops.
81.
Not this time.
Thomas, you require 26.
A right grin as he misses the tops. Banks back for double 13.
Game
Straight
shot
down
on
the
first
pipe.
leg.
And
Thomas
Banks breaks. He leads 1-0.
Yeah, Banks averaged
Second leg. It's Thomas to throw
85.22
first.
yesterday.
Game on.
And that was actually the best running average
59.
yesterday. So there is a very, very large case for saying that Banks was the player of Tuesday. Best running average. He had 11 180s yesterday. When I was writing that on my notepad this morning, I thought, that's gone unnoticed.
60.
You get 11 180s in a daily campaign here. That is some going. But there has been a pattern
93.
to Banks this week, which he is starting to fix. He's been noted for getting good starts, but not getting as many results as he possibly could have. I wonder if that's going to continue today, or whether he's figured it out.
125.
Well, Thomas was saying this morning that Monday was not a write-off day, but not his best day. Partly attributes that
58.
to the fact that he was travelling down from the development tours, which he played the last one. Yesterday he's played a lot of darts, and maybe the first day just needed to settle into things, whereas yesterday he just felt a little bit more at home, had a little bit of rest time after the session, and played his best darts as a consequence of it.
3 words of
100.
advice to any young dart player. Don't play every day. You might think that's crazy advice.
55.
If you're going to treat it like a job, play 5 days a week and have 2 days off. It's a bit like being a doctor. You've got to give it everything when you're doing it, but when you're not doing it, get as far away from it as possible. It's really good for you. That's why a lot of dart players play golf.
45.
Even Damon Hedder, he plays cricket in the summer. He was taken to the crease the other day. Just hope he doesn't get a cricket ball to the
99.
throwing hand. We'll find out over the next 3 days because there's Players' Championships on in Milton Keynes, isn't there?
Yep, that's going to be very much of interest. A number of Super Series regulars also playing in that event, which takes place, say, at the wonderful Stadium MK.
83. Thomas,
Actually, there's a bit of a Portsmouth connection because Portsmouth drew 1-1 with MK Dons last night there. Banks looking for the 137 for a 2-0 lead. Was looking for tops after the treble 19 with dart 1. May just be a dart of the ball here for Simon to break back.
Thomas is hoping not. He looks very relaxed today, doesn't he? That's a good sign. Guarantees the single, so it is the bullseye for leg 2.
46.
Found it twice in his first game on Monday.
40.
He might be 2-0 down.
$20.
Chances like
Simon,
that
you
don't
require
come up very
42.
often. On his doubles yesterday, he was 18 hits from 48, which is pretty tidy. How tidy is Simon on double 16?
Not enough,
26.
and Banks will come back.
Thomas, you require
It's actually been his
20.
strong suit this week. Thomas is finishing 35% day 1, 37% day 2, and he
Gage
finds
on
the
the
double 10
second
there
leg.
to
Thomas back.
double his lead to 2-0.
I wonder why he's called Bulldog.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first.
I know that his friends have
Game
been
on.
watching this week, so George Killington, who he mentioned in his interview there, who's been practicing with, or Westy, one of the greats of the Modus Super Series with 4 weekly titles. If you're watching, get in touch with us and let us know why he's called Bulldog. I'll be fascinated to know
100.
why.
And we know Steve's watching. He's always watching when he can.
96.
Steve's doing his rehab after his hip surgery. We look forward to seeing him soon, and he's getting married next week. So congratulations to Steve and Michelle. As for Simon yesterday, we talked about
100.
how he won his first 3 games yesterday, and he got himself into a very strong position. At one point, he could have reached top of the table. But if we may be honest,
93.
he only averaged 76.72 yesterday. It's the level that he says he plays at all the time. He didn't reach that next level like he did on Monday. But he still found a positive day. It's just a question of whether that's going to be enough today or whether he will need to find that
85.
extra gear, which, I've got to be honest, I think he's going to have to.
140.
Banks is on turbo boost in more ways than one. Not just are the darts going in quicker, but they're going in more accurately too. 4 140 in the match. In fact, you look at his score in power packs, they're 4 140 pluses and nothing either side.
There's the proof.
97.
How is he going to get another one?
132.
Well, that'll do. That'll do very
Simon, you
nicely.
require 119.
Pressure put on Adams. If he doesn't take this, he's staring 3-0 in the face.
Not just would it be a damaging defeat in terms of he'd lose the advantage to Banks and he'd be 2 points behind, but he would also find himself behind on the legs, Devons. But this could be a salvaging moment.
79.
And it would have been a moment from nowhere, if the
Thomas, you
truth be
require
told.
40.
He doesn't
It's
trip
on
up
a
this
third
time.
leg.
3-0
Thomas
Banks. He's starting to figure out how to get a better
Fourth
situation out
leg,
of
it's
2-0
Thomas
up.
to throw first.
Because earlier in the
Game
week
on.
he was losing games from that position. The way he's playing,
59.
even if he doesn't win this group today, he's going to be a thorn in a lot of players' sides.
Realistically, if you're the bottom three in this group, you're hoping that Thomas Banks isn't joining you in Group C, because I think you've already got a very, very capable player in
45.
Jamie Atkins joining it. Scott Campbell is a tremendous player. That Group C this week has got the real potential to be absolutely
60.
gruesome. And so I think that advantage of B, where you've got 3 from 5 going through, is a massive advantage in your favour.
I'd have to agree with that. It's always the case, but some weeks that Group B looks better than usual. And that has got to be the ambition for Simon today. He
121.
might have left himself too much to do to get 2 points in this first game. And by virtue of that,
81.
it very much depends on what happens between Heneghan and Lonsdale. They're playing different opponents in round 1. But if they both win, they're out of sight of Adams, and Group B is then his next ambition.
May well be
140.
cents bigger for Simon than it would be for Thomas.
I do wonder, because I referenced Adams's darts yesterday.
140.
They are an old Simon Whitlock dart. Did he buy them because they were from someone called Simon? Stranger things have happened.
To be fair, one thing you know about Simons, they're all good guys. We all love Simon.
60. Thomas, you require 161.
Well, Simon has got a 135 this week. Got in his first game. So should we say, before he goes for this
87.
checkout, Simon
you
says,
require
hit a 135.
Simon needed, but Simon couldn't get, and so Banks will come back for the 74 to complete a 4-0 win in next to no time at
99.
all. Not quite the
Thomas, you
rat-a-tat
require
pace of his
74.
4-3 against Moreno Blom yesterday, but it'd be a quick-fire start for the Bulldog if he can pin tops.
54.
Not to be, it went low,
Simon, you
dragged low.
require
Adams gets one
36.
more reprieve.
One thing that went wrong yesterday was that Adams is not good on the doubles.
Game shot on
But
the
that's
fourth
better.
leg. Simon
First
Adams.
leg of the day. First hit from
Fifth
6.
leg. It's Simon to throw
Yesterday,
first.
15 hits from 61. If you're getting 15 legs in the bank in a daily campaign, that in itself is not bad at all. But at this level, how many darts do you think, Henry, is a good conversion rate? How many darts at double would you expect to throw to get 15 legs?
55.
45. Roughly that when you're 1 in 3.
Absolutely. Absolutely 45. You're looking to get to 40 and below. If you're doing that, you're doing a lot right.
99.
And it is those small margins. I'm just having a look at the stats from yesterday, and I'm having a look at the legs won. There was 3 legs between Thomas Banks, who won the most legs, 18, and the 3 players at the bottom of the table who won the least amount of legs yesterday. That's 15. Now, not very often do you see 6 players
45.
prized that closely apart.
Absolutely. That's why yesterday was so strange.
93.
And it could have been even stranger had Lonsdale been closer to Heneghan in that last game. Just imagine if there'd been one more 4-3 at the end, we would have had 99 legs.
Could have had a red balloon for every leg.
100.
Yeah, good start here from Thomas. Great thinking.
99.
Even though he doesn't leave the finish, it's always good to employ the right plan. And at the age of 17, he is immensely darts intelligent, which makes me very happy.
But you get the sense he's had to when you consider the people he's around, particularly Steve West, somebody that we both know very well. As Adams hits his first and the first maximum of the day. And this game could well be swinging here. Adams brings this back to 3-2. Suddenly Banks has got something to think about. That Tom 40 is sick for the game. Needs him on a 2-darter and forces Adams to take out the 1-2-1.
.51 needed for Bull. Bullseye to take us into leg number 6.
82.
Now a chance to end it.
Thomas, you require 7.
And this could repair some of Thomas Banks' leg difference and swell his points.
Tops for double 10.
60.
Not to be for Thomas, but Simon's just been losing his line a little bit, particularly on the bullseye, which is why he's coming back here for 39. He's going to have to spurn a dart. Still smiling about proceedings. He always does. 19 for double 10. That wasn't an intentional play.
He didn't go for that. He went for a 7.
29. Thomas, you require
So to
10.
finally get over the line, it's actually been harder work now than he expected it to be, Thomas Banks. But he pins the double 5, and you can see from the reaction there how crucial a win it could be. It means his advantage to the Bulldog in the race for Group B tomorrow night. As for Simon Adams, well, he always smiles no matter the result, win, lose or draw. But inside, he'll know that is a big defeat. Thomas Banks beats Simon Adams by 4-1 in the opening game of the day. After the break, we're going to watch Conor Heneghan against Mr. Chips, Stefan Henderyck. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Thomas Banks get the better of Simon Adams by 4-1, having just under 90 in that one, 4 from 11 on his doubles. Good opening display that from Thomas, and it puts himself in pole position for the Group B race. Rise for Conor Heneghan. Well, this is a massive game in terms of winning the group. The 25-year-old from round 4 in the Republic of Ireland is 2 points behind Tom Lonsdale at the top of the group going into the final day's play. He takes on Stefan Henderyck, the 50-year-old from Ostend in Belgium, winner on the ADC's Belgian tour this year. And the man with the chips on the back of his shirt and chips with a moustache. Most certainly only in darts do you get something like that. Well, he's a chip off the old block, isn't he?
First
Jack
leg,
Garwood,
it's
our
Conor to throw
referee, and he's
first.
in charge of
Game on.
all of the action until the end of the week.
Yeah, this is a big game for Conor Heneghan, isn't it?
55.
He saved one of his most iconic dart shirts for Wednesday because this is the one he wore when he got a 9-darter.
121.
One of his 2 9-darters here in Portsmouth.
Well, him and Steve West are in a little bit of a race for a hat-trick of 9-darters here at the Super Series, where Heneghan's going to get first
84.
poke at trying to do it this time round, and we will see Steve West have another go at it very, very
100.
soon. That's all we're going to say.
All right, Bruce Almighty. Who do you think you are, Mr. Exclusive?
57.
Well, that's Fabrizio Romano, isn't it?
$60.
Well, Stefan, over the last couple of days, he's played some lightning quick stuff. And he has shown us his exact level.
126.
High 70s. That's not going to win this group because he's already 6 points behind Tom Lonsdale. That is too big a bridge
140.
to climb. So today, if he can somehow squeak into Group B, that would be a massive win for him.
59.
But realistically,
Stefan, you require
with that
80.
level of play, if it comes again, he's going to be in Group C the next couple of days. He's on tops, though.
60. Conor, you require 120.
Heneghan hoping for a dart at tops at the end of this combination. But that straight to the treble 5 means that any chances have come and gone. And so Henderyck for
50.
the breaker throw
Stefan, you
and to win
require
leg 1,
20.
looking at double 10.
Game
Finds it
shot on
first
the
time,
first leg.
1-0 to the
Stefan
Belgian.
Henderyck.
Yesterday, Conor had some real problems with the single in treble 5,
Second leg.
especially
It's Stefan
early
to
on.
throw first. Game on.
That must be minimised. Because I just can't foresee
100.
Tom Lonsdale making the same amount of errors as yesterday when he played Conor.
60.
Coincidentally, it's game 10 today that sees Heneghan against Lonsdale.
140.
Could be a crucial psychological factor that Conor has beaten him both times. But he's got to do his job in the first 3 rounds.
81.
He'd like to be in front of Tom by that point. But if you were to offer him, Henry, right
60.
now, that he would be on the same points as Lonsdale come that match, do you think he would take it?
100%. Effectively, when you get to a game like that in the penultimate round of
96.
fixtures, it has the feel of a knockout match.
Well, Heneghan's last game is against Adams, and Lonsdale's is against Henderyck.
60.
2 people that might be going to Group C. And their fate could well be sealed before those games take place.
140. Stefan, you require
2 things are happening in this
141.
game. Heneghan's got off to a slow start. Henderyck's had a decent beginning to today's proceedings.
90.
Well,
Conor,
he
you
himself
require
a 51 for a 2-0
124.
lead, and it's forcing Heneghan here to take out the 1-2-4. And again, another stray wides with dart 1, which is becoming a bit of a lingering issue
92.
for him.
Stefan, you require 51.
Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
Stefan has a
Stefan
2-0
Henderyck.
lead against Conor. This is Dream Street for Tom Lonsdale. He
Third
plays
leg,
against
it's Conor to
Marino
throw
Blom
first.
in the next match. But there is that lateral drift again. I'm going to go with what you were telling me
50.
this morning, Henry. I think Blom is going to do something today. After winning that local competition last night in response to having a pointless day on Tuesday,
26.
I think he'll be like a firework in your boxer shorts today. He'll be a nightmare for his opponents.
And he beat some very good players on route to
120.
winning that last night. It's actually 3-1 down to Stephen Plumstead, we saw here recently in the semi-finals, went on to win that game
121.
4-3. But for Stefan, I was speaking to a couple of
98.
Dutch colleagues over the course of the weekend, and they said that Stefan comes with a big reputation in the Belgium-Dutch lowland region,
87.
and that there was an expectation that if he could settle on the stage, he's never played in front of before, that he could do some good stuff. And I think it's fair to say that we've seen glimpses of it, and maybe the best is
77.
yet to come.
I'd like to think so. With that kind of reputation, I would expect him to put in larger numbers.
140.
He finds himself in some
Connor, you
pretty good
require
situations here in this game.
156.
But by virtue of Connor not taking this 156, here's a chance
96. Stefan, you require
for Henderyck to get his best
127.
finish of the week. There's the 20. There's the 57.
97. Connor, you require
That first
60.
dart does signify that sometimes he has a dart that rockets out of his hand.
50.
More disappointment
Stefan,
for
you
Connor.
require 30.
More opportunity for Stefan, who has found himself on double 15 a lot this week.
No
And
score.
the main reason he's been on double 15 a lot is
Connor,
because
you
he's hit double
require
5 going for
10.
tops.
Which ironically what Conor Heneghan needs right now. And he needs this leg.
Game
Finds
shot on
this
the
leg.
third
Turns
leg.
out,
Connor
whenever
Heneghan.
the fives are in play, he finds it.
But where did he hit that double 5?
Fourth leg. It's Stefan to throw
Way
first.
on the left side.
Game on.
That's been his miss this week. And
45.
you have to ask yourself why at some point. Is it hockey position? Is it something to do with your action? Is it elbow position?
60.
You have to diagnose it in order to fix it.
100.
And suddenly those backers of Tom Lonsdale at 6-5 at the beginning of today's play could be looking at those odds very, very interestingly.
100.
Lonsdale had a 2-point lead at the beginning of the day, still does have that 2-point lead at the top of the table, but they still installed Heneghan as bookmakers' favourite. And
96.
as you mentioned in the studio earlier on this morning, that was based on his craft here before.
Yes, not that long ago that he was making Champions Night.
98.
But a lot can happen in the space of 7 or 8 weeks. He's not the kind of player that
115.
does a lot of PDC Challenge Tour or things like that. He tends to stay quite local in Ireland, which is immensely competitive. But we are not seeing
85. Stefan,
the
you require
ridiculous level that we get from
145.
Heneghan every now and again this week. He's averaging 82 to 85 for the week. He's got so much more to give.
93. Connor, you require 158.
This would help.
98. Stefan, you require 52.
So this for a 3-1 lead. 12 for tops is the route for Henderyck. 2 10s.
32.
Every now and again, he
Connor, you
does throw that
require
third dart
60.
very, very fast, and his rhythm completely breaks down. Connor's very happy about it because now he's got a shot or two to level. Wisely, back to the right-hand side.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Connor
He's having to
Heneghan.
work very, very hard for every leg he gets at the minute.
And at 2-0 down, it looked like it was a case of
Fifth
when
leg, it's
Stefan
Connor
was
to throw
going to
first.
go through the gears and get over the line. But
Game on.
Heneghan has picked up on the pieces it's been given because of the mistakes on that man in your picture there over the last couple of legs. And now back at 2-2, he's looking just to pedal home like a top player does. When they're in a bit of turmoil, they get out of the hole and they begin to push forward.
180.
Realistically, this game could be over.
100.
Henderyck could have done Tom Lonsdale the biggest favour. However, this game is now firmly in the hands of Heneghan.
19.
And there you can see more proof. It's not just on the 5s when he's going for 60s.
108.
He's hitting 7s going for 57s. And this game might be flipping around again.
He needs some darting control here because he's veering into the wrong
31.
lanes all too often. Well, since that 180, he's had one big single.
5.
Well, this isn't going to go down as a vintage Modus Super Series leg. Let's get that right.
I think that was the
59.
ultimate back to normal shot. Because when you go to local darts in the UK and you have a 180 and then you have a bad score after, they say back to normal.
81.
He went from 180 to hitting a 5. And he could still win the leg.
$40. Stefan, you require 135.
Another chance to get his biggest finish of the week. It's a good start. Should be treble 17, really.
77.
And Heneghan has had an absolute mare since he maxed at the start of this leg.
And when he hit that max at the beginning of the leg, you thought the game was turning in his favour from 2-0 down.
78.
But all
Stefan,
of a
you
sudden, it
require
looks like
58.
all's well but ends well for Henderyck if he could take out Tots, in
Game
which he
shot on the
does.
fifth
He
leg,
gets the
Stefan
break again
Henderyck.
and now throws to beat Heneghan.
That has got to be one of the most obscure
Sixth flag,
17
it's
dart
Stefan
legs
to
I've
throw
ever
first.
seen.
Game on.
Scoring visits of 5 and 180.
58.
It was you who said this morning, Henry, that these players have been inconsistent. There's your proof.
100.
Now, what they say about broken clocks?
They don't work.
96.
I haven't been for the last couple of weeks. Again, another moving
95.
wayward into the treble 5.
It's really interesting that you said that thing about broken clocks, because every time you walk into a clock shop
134.
or a watch shop, have you ever noticed what time they leave on the timepieces?
Yes, there's a specific time, but I can't
59.
remember what.
It's 10 past 10, which is pretty much what it is right now. And why is that?
Because the two hands, aren't they? They're almost like a tick on either side.
I learned this when I worked in a jeweler's years ago. They do that because it looks like a smile, because it looks positive.
62. Stefan, you require
Only one player's going to be smiling in a
132.
minute. And it could be Stefan.
92.
Very sensible. He's going to get match shots.
As far as Heneghan's concerned, this is the worst possible start. Well, those darts ain't too little, but it's a case of too late, and it was almost a max he brought out of frustration. But is it going to be academic? No, it's not, because Henderyck gets over the line by 4 legs to 2, and that's a bitter blow to Conor Heneghan's hopes of winning the group. As far as Stefan is concerned, moves here on to 10 points, a couple behind Thomas Banks in the group, but it's advantage now to Tom Lonsdale. Well, he can remove the nerves now, can Stefan Henderyck. He beats Conor Heneghan 4-2. Coming up next, Tom Lonsdale takes on Blom in a battle of top and bottom. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Stefan Henderyck get the better Conor Heneghan by 4-2. And so it opens up the door for that man in your picture throwing now, Tom Lonsdale, to open up a 4-point lead at the top of Group A. He takes on the 22-year-old Moreno Blom, bottom of the group, having lost every single game on Tuesday by a 4-3 scoreline. But for Lonsdale, the 27-year-old from Bridgewater, ADT Tour event winner and a prolific Tour event winner at that, is hoping to add another Saturday night berth to his ever-glistening resume. A player who, when he made his first appearance here, really did burst onto the scene, averaged 111, and suddenly we thought, right, we might have a real player on our hands. Never quite worked out on that Saturday night, and the previous appearances have shown signs about there being anything really tangible, but
46.
He'll be hoping that this time around could well be the charm for Lonsdale.
125.
After yesterday's last game where he lost 4-0, the chance of going 6 points ahead going into Wednesday had evaporated. But he's just been handed a really good chance of getting 4 points ahead going into 4 rounds left. But I do get the feeling that Moreno Blom is going to be like a wild dog off a leash today. He's going to cause everybody issues. He's a self-confessed dartaholic.
44.
He will play 25 hours a day if you let him.
He pretty much did yesterday.
139.
Well, look at this.
Tom, you require 152.
We're talking about a player that averaged 82 yesterday and lost every match. And now he's on for a 13-dart start against the person who's top of the table.
58.
Welcome to another day of darts.
You require 40.
13 darts, and Moreno Blom
Moreno
leads,
Blom.
and anything you thought was possible in this group, well, you might as well just throw the form book out the window.
Second leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Quick question at this early stage. I don't want to go too deep. What do you think the
96.
likelihood is that Blom runs the card today?
140.
I'll be honest, before the group began, I didn't think anybody would run a card over the course of the day. So just based on that logic, I'd say very unlikely.
97.
But look, he was he lost every single game yesterday. However, he was 5 legs away from completing the card.
57.
Exactly my point. But we have not seen the top level from most of these players
58.
this week. In fact, the best average we've seen has come from Lonsdale of 98.64. That was back on Monday.
57.
There are 2 players in this table who have yet to have an average over
59.
90. Blom and Henderyck.
81.
And for someone who has won 4 ranking tournaments in the WDF system, I find it quite puzzling that he hasn't had a 90 average yet. But is he going to be like
59.
Jimmy Van Skee, I wonder? Where he always finds his best stuff towards the end of the week.
48. Tom, you require 132.
Well, Lonsdale's hoping to get his best stuff today so he gets straight through to Saturday night. Looking to
68.
hit his strap straight
Moreno,
away.
you
Leaves
require
himself on 64 if this
118.
118 doesn't go. But Blom's going to get a dart at tops.
78.
And isn't far away. Grazes
Tom,
the
you
wire.
require 64.
And so Lonsdale will return to level this match up.
Game shot on his second
Expertly
leg.
done.
Tom Lonsdale.
And that's what you've got to do against a dangerous opponent who has a brilliant start.
Third leg. It's Moreno to throw first.
I hate
Game
to
on.
quote War of the Worlds, but sometimes you've got to do what the artilleryman says.
59.
Halt! Who goes there? Tom Lonsdale goes there.
97.
That was before your time, right?
Yeah.
It's before my time.
If it's 20th century, it's before my time. Nico.
140.
It's not War of the Worlds right now.
119.
It's the War of Group A to see who's going to get the top spot. Blom is off the leash because
97.
he can't win this group. I just don't see it happening. Mathematically, still possible. That's why he was 250 to 1 this morning.
92.
But I guarantee you this, if he wins this group today, that will be the biggest upset in Modus Super Series history.
129.
And he does have a way of doing things difficultly, does Moreno. Always tends to get off to a slow start to proceed, but then gets better as the week goes
Moreno
along.
requires 76.
Been a better start for him today, but we're just beginning to see a couple of wayward darts. Recovers well
Game
with
shot
dart
on the
2.
third leg,
Perfectly
Moreno
pins the
Blom.
double 10 to move himself 2-1 in front. And after that first dart slip, Lonsdale must have been
Fourth
thinking
leg,
he was
it's
coming
Tom
Oh,
back
to
for the
throw
break.
first. Game on.
Most dart players would.
140.
But this is a proper game.
84.
Dare I say it's been quite consistent?
Consistent, you said.
7.
Consistent, you said.
Don't worry about it. Stefan Henderyck in the previous game had a 5.
140.
2 single ones and a 3. He won the game, so maybe that's a sign that Lonsdale is going to win this one. If he doesn't,
93.
look at the table. Because if Lonsdale stays at 14,
57.
Heneghan has remained at 12, Banks has gone to 12, Henderyck's gone to 10, Adams is at 10, Blom would go to 8.
97.
Everybody's still in it.
And also, Tom Lonsdale's got a very susceptible legs difference. It's only
140.
+3 as things stand.
Tommy
Heneghan's on
require
+7. Banks is
164.
on 0. This to square up at 2-2. This is to save his throw. The bullseye doesn't go.
139.
And Blom could step
Moreno,
in
you
here, break the
require
throw,
80.
open up a 3-1 lead, and be 1 away.
Got to be majestic with tops.
40.
That was a difficult shot,
Tommy
but he didn't
requires
hesitate.
25.
Double 8.
Game shot on a 4th
Brilliant
flag.
find.
Tom Lonsdale.
He's working very hard in this game against the darts. Is he going to get a break of throw?
5th leg, it's Moreno.
That's the big
to
question
throw
now,
first.
because if he doesn't, he is going to lose this match.
135.
I get the sense that somebody like Moreno, and I know some people say that it's a lazy stereotype of a quick player, but he very
58.
much is one that's bought of confidence, bought of rhythm. And when he really does find a stride, he can punch in some really good stuff. And it's kind of what we're seeing here. Maybe going back to the world last night, winning something locally, it's just given him that extra little bit of vigour going into today.
96.
Going back to basics and figuring something out. Where have I heard that in the last 24 hours? Oh, that's right. The biggest story in darts
31.
today
Moreno, you
about a
require
certain jackpot. We'll get into that in due course. Because now it's double 14.
134.
Remember when Simon Whitlock did that? He had bad form in the PDC circuit, decided to start playing locally.
47.
Figured it out,
Moreno,
didn't
you
he?
require 14.
Split on 14. Wow.
6.
That really was close.
He only is if he didn't have to spurn a dart. Dart 3 was begging to hit.
43. Moreno, you require
He's the answer
8.
to who splits double 7.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Moreno.
There's another
Blom.
question though. Who's in front? It is Blom.
Well, he does
Sixth leg,
things
it's
his own
Tom
way,
to
does
throw
Moreno
first.
Blom.
We were talking on Monday about the fact that his name has a connotation for flowers.
140.
And what do flowers do when it's warm and sunny? They flourish.
60.
Just give them a water now and again.
$99.
I think at this point, if Lonsdale wins this match, this will be the best win of his week. And we're talking about
96.
someone who has averaged nearly 99 in beating Thomas Banks on Monday. From this position, if he can get out of it with 2 points, he will feel brilliant.
123.
But surely not. Are we going to the last
95.
leg again
Tommy
with
require
Blom?
139.
We should be.
85.
Decent setup from Tom. And if he takes that 54 out, we're going to find out a little bit
99.
more about the
Tommy
Dutchman
required
in the next
54.
2 or 3 minutes. Not again!
24.
Seriously?
Moreno, you
How
require
many times have people
151.
done that this week?
99.
Moreno just asked the
Tommy
question.
require 30.
Leaves himself on 52. Lonsdale double 15 to take us all the way.
No
Cannot
score.
find, cannot
Moreno, you
convert.
require 52.
And if Moreno Blom takes out this tops, the top two
Shot
have been
and the
beaten
match,
in the
Moreno
first round
Blom.
of fixtures. Moreno Blom has beaten Tom Lonsdale by 4 legs to 2. That was after Conor Heneghan was beaten by 4 legs to 2. And so still, we are none the riser in terms of this race for Saturday night. Moreno Blom's best performance of the week, average of 91.44, 4 from 12 on the doubles. 2 things happened for Moreno Blom there. First of all, it didn't go 4-3. And second of all, he got the win. Coming up next, Banks and Heneghan. Big game. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tom Lonsdale was beaten 4-2 by Moreno Blom, the player at the bottom of the table beating the player at the top of the table. It's been an intriguing first round. It's also seen the second place player, Conor Heneghan, also lose 4-2. Thomas Banks beat Simon Adams 4-1, and at the beginning of the day we thought that might have been a big win in the race for Group B, and may well be a win that helps him in terms of winning Group A. That's the table there. Lonsdale on 14, a couple on 12, a couple on 10. Nobody's really out of the mix right now. And Conor Heneghan and Thomas Banks go toe-to-toe in our 4th game of the session. The winner of this one will move on to 14 points in the group. If Heneghan wins, he will go top of the group on legs difference. If Thomas Banks wins by 3 legs, he'll go top of the group as well. In fact, if he wins it by 2 legs, he'll go top on the legs 1 metric. So, suddenly, from a position where Thomas Banks was hopeful that Group B may well be the best expectation, could he suddenly see that outside shout of winning Group A become a realistic squeak?
First
But
leg,
this
it's
is a
Thomas to
huge
throw
game
first.
for the pair.
Game on.
You would base on the opening performances that Thomas Banks had the better start of the pair, but it's kind of Heneghan who goes off the heavy favourite with the odds compilers
81.
8-15 compared to the 11-8 of Banks.
I'm not sure about that. I've been sitting here all week long trying to assume who's going to win this group. I'm none the wiser.
140.
But a lot of us thought that Banks was trying to get into Group B today.
100.
He is coming from a position at the end of Monday where he had 2 points and he was 6th. Now if he wins this game, he goes top.
95.
If he wins 4-2 or better, like you said. That is a remarkable recovery. But the only reason he's had the chance
85.
to come and do this is because everybody else has halted. Heneghan's lost a lot of games the last day and a bit. And Lonsdale has stumbled
58.
in his last 2. Now, this is a proper melee. So don't leave us for the next 3 or 4 hours.
Get the sense it's going to be a very low points total that goes on and wins this group. Possibly 18 will be
96.
enough.
How much you require? 100.
Another.
80.
Second time he's
Tommy,
gone
you
for that shot
require
this week. And second time he's
112.
missed the dart that would have won the leg slightly low. That's been his miss this week. Double 16 for Connor. That's exactly what he needed.
Leg, Conor Heneghan.
Confidence is something you
Second
can't
leg,
just
it's Connor
buy
to
or
Tharufa.
gain in its entirety. You must build it. And that is something that will build Connor's confidence.
And he is the type of player that sometimes just
140.
needs that spark to push him forward. And that 112 could well be just the tonic for him. It was a break as
93.
well. And so he has a real opportunity here to grab the game by the grasp of the neck.
46.
It's amazing how the English language has changed over the years, isn't it? Because when we think about phrases like just the tonic, most people would probably say,
134.
well, that's what you have with gin. Go back to Roman times, tonics were medicines.
100. $95.
Sport is a strange thing. It can physically hurt in some sports, but in this sport, it mentally stings when things don't go your way.
123.
And in a format like this, you just feel it slowly but surely slip away, which makes it even worse.
42. Connor,
And
you
Banks may
require
see
92.
the momentum he was building slowly ebb away. But again, Connor, another slip into the single five. That was a problem in his game against Stefan Henderyck in his
40.
first match of the
How much you
session.
require? 137.
But Banks not really throwing back at him what Henderyck was throwing back.
57. Connor, you
He's
require
been under
52.
pressure since pretty much visit 2 of leg 1. Double 10.
Game shot on
And
his
Connor
second
breaks the
leg.
Banks.
Conor Heneghan.
We talked about Banks trying to
Third
finish
leg,
games off
it's
from
Thomas
2-0
to
up.
Tharufa.
How does he respond to 2-0 down here in game 4?
96.
The atmosphere in here is starting to change. You can sense that quite a few players still believe that they're going to win this group.
137.
And there has to be a response from the likes of Heneghan and Lonsdale in round 2.
140.
You could tell it was an opportunity today, and you felt that there was a bit of an edge in the practice room. About 20 minutes before play got underway, a few of the players just practicing on
70.
stage. You know how sometimes on a Monday morning it can be quite jovial, people chatting to each other. There was absolutely none of that this morning. It was
98.
steely-eyed focus, small talk at best. There's a real sense of an opening for somebody. But I think the big question is
60.
they don't know who.
Thomas, you require
And that's within themselves
167.
possibly as well.
That treble 19 bed is not responding
57.
to Banks, is it? And look where he's missing. Just a tiny bit underneath. That's great counting from Connor. He hasn't found the 25 to leave the finish, but that tells you what you do on 2, 3, 4.
70.
Single 20, single 19, 25. That's the worst that you expect. Just goes to show how good both of these players are at counting. But how good is Thomas at hitting?
40. Game shot on the third leg. Thomas back.
Wonderfully done. Great response from Banks.
Keeps
Fourth leg,
Heneghan
it's Connor
honest.
to the roofer.
Keeps Connor on his toes. Basically asks the question of the break that he accrued in leg 1 here.
100.
Yesterday I was saying that Banks,
96.
with his action, reminds me of Jockey Wilson from back in the 80s. And if you remove the eccentricity of Jockey throwing with
85.
the thrutch at the end, the actual position of the hand, where he brings it back towards the jawline, it's very Jockey
96.
Wilson. Didn't get a response from Steve West or George Killington in the last hour about his
140.
nickname. Mustn't be out of bed yet. Get up, lads.
99.
Well, Connor was saying this morning, because I had a little conflab with him for about 30 seconds. I said, it's going to be a hot day today, Connor. It's going to be 27 degrees in Portsmouth. So it's going to be warm in here. And he said,
140.
it's been warm in here all week. And he made a joke as if to say, it's probably raining in Ireland.
108.
Well, it's raining down troubles there for Thomas, and it really does pose the question of Heneghan here. And again, it's another wild dart to the left, but he
Game
finds
shot
the
on the
double
fourth leg.
17
Connor
dead
Heneghan.
centre to move 3-1 to the goods.
By the
Fifth
time we
leg,
come
it's
back
Thomas to
tomorrow
Tharofa.
for Group C, I want to know how many times people have hit the next door double. We must be getting
96.
close to 20 times. It's not even the end of day 3.
And the crucial connotations for Connor is this. He wins this game because of his superior legs difference
60.
over Tom Lonsdale. He would move top of the group. 14 points. Plus 9 as things stand. If he can win it 4-1, it'd be
96.
plus 10. And that would be an 8-leg gap on Tom Lonsdale, which is the maximum amount of legs which can be overturned in a single round of
40.
matches.
If in doubt, just make it 9. If you can.
139.
We are yet to get a mammoth finish this week, like a 170, although we have had a 152 from Lonsdale. So maybe I'm being a little bit
57.
unfair.
Thomas, you require 170. 60.
Well, Banks looking to put a hole in the lead that Heneghan has accrued in this
82.
contest, and
Thomas, you require
Connor with another
110.
off leg here. And Banks
Game
pins
shot
the
on the fifth
110 to
leg.
bring it
Thomas
back to
back.
3-2 and forces Heneghan here to serve it out.
That's
Sixth
Thomas's
leg,
best
it's
finish
Connor
since
to
Monday.
Tharofa.
Didn't get a ton plus check out yesterday, but now he's got one here on Wednesday. Maybe that's the catalyst for him to shoot forward.
135.
As you can see, they've both got one. Just imagine how this table will turn again
108.
if Banks wins the last 2 legs.
And the thing with a player like Thomas is, within the blink of an eye, you can be in control of a game and all of a sudden feel like you're
125.
put in the mud, put in a hole.
58.
Players like Thomas, when a game swings the other way, must feel like a whirlwind to be involved in.
This is where you got to play your own pace, not
44.
get swept up on it.
$134.
Really good. He'll have a chance of 3-3. Connor's job now is to get under 100. He's not going to do that.
54. Thomas, you require 129.
60 bull. That was the only route he had left.
64.
Now Heneghan's got
Connor,
one
you
of the
require
trickiest finishes on the
143.
dartboard.
Well, he started with a ton plus finish. Is he going to end with a ton plus finish? Treble 17 goes a begging, and so Banks is back for 65. Remember, he trailed 3-1 in this contest. And he's going to get a dart here. A double 6 to square up and take us all the way. A dart that wasn't too far away, but it could be the last one he throws. Because Heneghan returns for double 18 to right the wrongs of game 1. Double 9 doesn't
18.
go, and again it veered to the left.
You require 12.
Trapdoor.
6.
And he's denied.
Connor, you require
There's trouble
18.
down there. And there could be trouble ahead as well. After 3 mismatched darts from Heneghan. If he finishes the job, he's back at the top.
But the mismatched darts rack up. But he
Game
finds the
shot
double
and the
4,
match.
and you
Connor
can hear the
Heneghan.
roar of the Irishman, because Connor Heneghan goes back to the top of the table. It was hard fought and possibly an opportunity he may have felt he'd blown after losing his opener. But Heno returns to the top of the pile, courtesy of a 4-2 win against Thomas Banks, and that's despite the man from Norfolk having just a shade under 94, but it was 2 from 9 on the doubling, which ultimately made pay for him in the end. Coming up after the break, Tom Lonsdale needs to respond to that win from Connor Heneghan when he takes on Simon Adams.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross
and
Smith,
match.
is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. And the
Oh,
match.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a
Andreas
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Connor Heneghan got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2. It moves him back to the top of the pile ahead of Tom Lonsdale's second game of the day. He takes on the South African, Simon Adams, who is looking to get his first win on the board as well. He lost out 4-1 to Thomas Banks in his opener. And, well, today kind of following the pattern of the group where it feels like anybody may well be beating everybody. But for Simon Adams, he's to harbour a realistic shot of Group B on Thursday and Friday night. You sense he's going to have to win this game. As for Tom Lonsdale, defeat could prove crucial. And remember, in a couple of games' time, he will take on Conor. In fact, his next two after this Lonsdale is against Banks and Heneghan, respectively. And so a big passage of play
it's Tom to throw first.
about to begin for the man from Bridgewater, who's looking to bridge the gap to Heneghan at the top of the table.
Now, Tom didn't play poorly in his first game. He was competitive against Blom.
58.
But he might have got Moreno at the wrong time. However, now, this is the game for me where Tom's got to kick into gear. Like you said, he's got a huge passage
81.
of play coming up in the next couple of hours. But if he can put in a performance here that he can cling to and remember, he'll feel pretty good about what's coming up. And we can't forget that the destination of the winner's ribbon, if there was one, for Group A, is still in his hands. Because if he wins this game,
55.
he's played the same amount of games as Heneghan, and he's ahead of him on points. So keep winning, you're through.
Sounds like a Dory quote. That just
40.
keep winning.
I see what you mean. Nobody has to swim here.
However, there's one or two up against the tungsten tide at this present moment in time. And Simon Adams, a player that can find himself in a real spot of bother, because not just would he be
100.
if he loses this game on 10 points, but his legs difference is currently -7. Moreno Blom, who's bottom of the table, has a better legs difference than the players in 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively. And actually, if
125.
Simon Adams won this game, the only player that would have a better legs difference than the player at the bottom of the table would be the player at the top of it.
Right, let's face facts. I'm going to
58.
go away from what we said at the start of today about
140.
Blom. But I think there's a great chance he's going to make Group B, you know. Simple layup. Oh, not so simple.
81. Tom, you require 126.
Tom should see that as an invitation. Not anymore. RSVP can't make it.
29. Simon, you
So
require
this is for the
59.
break in Adams' favour, and everything that was going so well for Lonsdale over the first couple of days may well be evaporating here. Double 10 for Adams.
39.
Doesn't go, but that's been the
Tom, you
problem this
require
week. It's been
97.
missed opportunities. 24% on his doubles yesterday, and he could be punished here.
Game shot
Is
on the
punished
first
by
leg.
Lonsdale,
Tom
who
Lonsdale.
puts the boot in.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Well, we're not going to get another Watergate incident here. It's not Richard Nixon up there. But it is thirsty work. I'll tell you what, if Rob Cross was playing here, he'd get 3 glasses.
45.
Never seen a dart player drink as much water as Rob Cross.
He'd be the ideal person to have, isn't it, on a hot day like this? You know when it's really
100.
warm and they get some kind of celebrity from somewhere to do one of those. Rob Cross would be the appropriate person rather than somebody from the band 5.
180.
Well, Simon gets himself a maximum, and Henry Deacon wins most random comment of the week. I mean, who brings up the
59.
band 5?
Make you feel a bit blue, wouldn't it?
Okay, it's just got worse.
81.
Anyway, it's all about seeing who makes it through to the Saturdays here at the Super Series.
I've said for years that
76.
if John Henderson was to do a walk on here, it would have to be by the Bay City Rollers to their song Saturday. It would be a perfect moment. Just like Martine McCutcheon.
99.
Oh, really? Have gone 90s here, haven't we? Well, Adams has gone a lot better in this second leg.
80.
96
Simon, you
after
require
12 is promising.
96.
And he did make Saturday when he was here for the first time. Is he going to get a 15-dart leg?
88.
Does have time on his side. However, he found himself in front in the scoring stakes in the first leg, missed 3 darts to the double, missed 2 darts to the double and was punished as a result. And so a second crack at double 4, and he'd be mindful of the fact Lonsdale took out a similar finish to this in leg 1. And he's going to get a poke at one here, the 90. He's hoping to join the 97.
He's gone the 18s route. That's gutsy. Proves to be the right shot as well. When you get it right, you look like a genius. When you miss it, you look like a fool. But he is not feeling like a fool at the minute.
Third leg, it's Tom to
He's feeling something that rhymes with fool. And something that has been likened to cucumbers.
120.
No guts, no glory, and that's what Lonsdale wants by the end of the day today.
You won't see many fish seeing that.
60.
No guts, no glory. Why is it fish and chips keeps coming up this week?
95.
Must be something in this summer Portsmouth air. We'll talk about that again in the next game when Blom takes on Mr. Chips. I was chatting to one of our production staff yesterday, actually. They was reminding me that in Brighton, just down the coast, they do have a Belgian chip shop that is constantly rammed. So there is an argument to say that Belgium do the best chips in the world. Maybe that's why it's called frieten.
Well, it's a big passage of play here for Adams. He outscored Lonsdale in leg 1 and leg 2. Failed to win either of those legs. Found himself on the back foot. Still kind of is on the back foot, even though he's hit his second max of the match there.
I go 17s here. A single 17 leaves an easier shot. Try and get the treble.
56.
You'd much rather have 170
161
than something that requires 3 different parts of the board. Like this. Bullseye.
136.
No bingo for Adams.
Tom, you require 170.
But this would be house for Lonsdale.
Well, that would have been the fish. And it would have been a case of checkmate as well for Lonsdale. You would have felt if that went in. But Adams, who's now had opportunities, first opportunities at a double in all 3 legs in this game, cannot afford to spurn any more. Finds the double 4, gets on the board. And that felt almost an acknowledgement of finally it has come.
Fourth leg.
And crucially as well, it's a break of throw. So this game returns to throw.
Have we had anything interesting in our chat today? Because I'd like to put a somewhat pointless question out there to everybody watching. Because we reference the 170 as the big fish. Well, 85. If you're watching and you want to get involved, please do so. If we were to attribute a type of fish to the big fish, what kind of fish
43.
would it be?
Well, you weren't worried about the pointless bit.
It can be any fish you like.
It could be a pike, and you could name it after Stuart.
60.
I see the relevance. They do eat pike in Central Europe. We don't tend to get that in this part of the world. It's more sea fish, but if you go to landlocked places, it's river fish. But you wouldn't have pike and chips, would you? Or would you?
I know people that do pike chips.
You know what a pike is, don't you? That's what in medieval times they used to use to put heads on after they were beheaded. It's true. So Henry VIII used to use. Stick your head on a pike.
78.
Somewhat sinister when you think about it.
Shall we get back to the darts? Because you're the very, very happy figure of Simon Adams on the stage.
125.
I'll tell you what, he'd still... If he was around in medieval times and that happened to him, he'd still be smiling.
24.
We need more people in the world like Simon Adams, don't we?
91.
And he needs more shots like this. If he gets them, he's going to cause problems for someone who wants to be top of the table. Lonsdale's finding himself
83.
behind in most of these legs. He's relying on errors from the Saint. And he might not get one from double four because Adams has just found it.
Simon, you require 8. Game
And
shot
finds
on
it
the full
again, and
flag.
level we are
Simon
at 2-2. Well, it's a game that's level after 4 legs, but it could have so easily have been a 4-0 victory
Fifth
for the South
leg, it's Tom
African.
to throw first.
Thankfully for Tom, it is not.
119.
They both come from places that have water connotations. Port Elizabeth, so port is next to the water. And Bridge water.
100.
Although when I was looking up Port Elizabeth this morning, apparently it's
60.
been renamed. I'll have to speak to Simon about that. Happens now and again, doesn't it? Zimbabwe used to be Rhodesia. Uluru used to be Ayers Rock.
100.
Things do get renamed.
Well, this tournament's been renamed once before as well. It used to be the
96.
Live League when we were based in Southampton.
Interesting days they were.
Cool.
We saw some great happenings down in Southampton. That night where Richie Burnett won. And he nearly got the 9-darter to win the tournament. That was extraordinary. Just like that visit there.
108.
And Adams is cooking here. This is a proper performance, averaging 93. Lonsdale is finding it very tough
95.
to stay with his
Simon,
opponent.
you require 121.
Lonsdale may feel like he's in a bit of trouble, and he'd be right in thinking so. Because Adams is looking way more likely now. Double 14. Clips the
93.
wire. And that would have been
Simon, you
ironic when you
require
consider the
131.
spate of misses he's had on the doubles throughout the course of this match.
57.
Right now, Lonsdale is
Simon, you
praying that his
require
throw's not going to be
28.
broken. But the odds state he might get a chance. He's missed 10 darts at double in this match now. And there you go.
21.
2 out of 11
require
before that
74.
visit did give us some sort of clue that the break might not come.
42.
And Lonsdale's
Simon, you require
combination
7.
finishing so far in this game has been on point. Both his legs have been won with combination outs. But it's double 2 here for Adams.
It was Desmond for the South African.
No score.
He has let this one slip.
Tom, you require 32.
And there you
Shot on
go.
the fifth leg.
That's the
Tom
difference in that
Lonsdale.
leg. That's a 19-darter, and that could have been over so much sooner for the man in green.
Sixth leg. It's
A
Simon
reminder
to
that he had
throw
121, and he was on double 14. He missed 14s, 7s, 2s, and 1s. I'm not surprised that he's had a wild dart there. He's probably feeling quite dizzy right now that he's lost leg 5.
125.
Whereas Tom Lonsdale, you may have seen as he won that leg, just gave himself a little bit of a G up. Nothing too much, but just enough just to give himself that,
95.
maybe just that little bit of edge. But it has been a game that's maybe just lacked in that kind of intensity for him.
I don't think there's been a great deal of intensity in the games that Simon's played this week. He's almost
45.
taken the intensity away. You've got to play him differently to everybody else.
42.
Because it's very difficult to be in a hateful mood when you're taking on one of the most loving characters in the game, because he's just got this energy, hasn't he? He's got this, he's a human ball of good energy.
43.
You know what people say about playing friends and how they find that difficult? I think Simon Adams has that other type of difficulty attached to
58.
his game when players play him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. I can say from personal experience, two of the most... Well, actually, I'll give you 3 examples of players that are very hard to get really pumped up against. One's Johnny Clayton, because everybody loves Johnny. Secondly, Dave Chisnell, because everybody loves Dave. But the hardest one was Steve Beaton. I drew a line in the sand once and I said, I've just got to try and beat him. And no matter how much I adore this guy and how much I admire him, I've just got to do my thing. And it felt uncomfortable being myself because I felt like I was being disrespectful to Steve. But I had to do what I had to do. And I won the game, and at the end of it, I felt awful. But this is a singular
140.
format of the sport. If you can't help yourself, no one else is going to help you.
Well, Lonsdale's had a
46.
real off leg here.
Simon, you require 88.
The only saving grace is the fact it is on Adams' throw. But he could square this game up at 3-3 and he could have won it 6-0.
48.
He's going to leave himself on tops upon his return. But this has kind of been where Tom Lonsdale's come alive in legs. The set-up turn and then the
60.
execution of finishing
Simon,
when he's
you
got
require
opportunities.
He's got no 2 treble visits in this match, aside 1 solitary maximum. Double 10 to take us the distance for the first time today.
30.
Well, this
Tom,
would
you
be something to end the match 4-2.
143.
It's on. Not for long.
122. Simon, you require 10.
So but dart 3 leaves himself on 21. Adams cannot afford to spurn any more opportunities.
That's too safe.
Game shot on 6
That's very
leg.
good. You can
Simon
see how he
Adams.
feels about it because this is all about what happened in his first 3 games yesterday. He's not playing his best
7th
on the
and
doubles,
final
but
leg. It's
somehow
Tom to throw
he is
first.
still in with a chance of
Game
winning
on.
this match. Whoever wins this game will be wondering how.
81.
Don't know whether you saw that, but Simon Adams accidentally drank water out of the wrong cup.
Again.
Yep.
Somebody get him a personalised glass. Or we'll just have to buy a label maker.
108.
Or whatever was in Tom's glass seems to have worked. That wouldn't happen on a tennis court, would it?
134.
With people like Nadal, he's so meticulous. He's a bit like Gerwyn Price. He's got this almost compulsive need to have everything in order. Hang on a minute. What are you up to? Oh, you tease.
135.
That would have been his 5th 180 of the match, and he would have been 6 deep into the 9, but as luck would have it, he finds himself in control
58.
of this deciding leg. But this has been the story of the match. Simon Adams has been in control of pretty much every single leg in terms of the scoring phases of it.
Let's face facts, Henry. There's a big thing happening right here, and it's not the fact that Adams is possibly on a 10-dart leg.
153.
Okay, that'll do. But if Adams wins this game, he goes to 12 points with Banks.
100.
Lonsdale and Heneghan
Simon,
have
you
got
require
14.
33.
What's occurring?
It's been a crazy morning. And it's going to be the old 3 for double 15 route.
That's why you don't do it.
25. Tom, you require
Well, Tom Lonsdale
128.
is some sort of Shawn Michaels fan. He's looking for sweet chin music here. Oh, that's
Great
pretty
shot.
sweet.
And the match,
That's
Tom
a
Lonsdale.
Heartbreak Kid style of shot. How has he won that game? He has spurned many a chance to get a shot at doubles earlier in the match. He gave himself one opportunity to win the game, and with a 1-2-8 on the bull, he walks away with 2 crucial points, which now put him to the top of the table. And Conor Heneghan's reaction to that, I'm sure, was something else. And now everybody's got a little bit more work to do to catch him. But the end of Game 5 sees the beginning of Game 6, which is going to be the Belgian up against the Dutchman.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Well then, into Game 6 of our session we go, and before the break, Tom Lonsdale may well have just used his get-out-of-jail-free card, beating Simon Adams by 4 legs to 3. That's despite Simon having 22 darts at a double, only converting 3 of them. Lonsdale getting over the line with 1-2-8 finish on the bull, which puts him back to the top of the table at 16 points, 2 clear of Conor Heneghan. However,
Game on.
this meeting is between players in P4 and P6 as Stefan Henderyck takes on Moreno Blom. It's a all-Oland battle as Belgium takes on the Netherlands, and Moreno in his first game against Tom Lonsdale put in one of the performances of the day. Average of just under 91.5, 4 from 12 on the doubles. If he can keep to that standard, he is going to prove anybody problems.
This is a good opportunity for Moreno to jump up the table as well. Win this match by any margin, he goes from 6th to 4th. Simon Adams is only going in one direction, unfortunately. He's the only person who has not got points today so far. And he could find himself at the foot of the table if Blom wins this match. Currently 1-1 in their head-to-head this week. But I have Blom as the favourite for this one, even though it's Stefan with the darts.
you require 140.
Yeah, it feels like Simon Adams, the man from Port Elizabeth, is going to be all at sea over the next couple of days.
Got a cricket ground in Port Elizabeth, haven't they?
Yes. Very good ground.
55.
Some really good
Stefan, you
grounds in
require
there.
100.
Is it Westlands in Port Elizabeth?
60.
That'll do.
Moreno, you require
Unless
132.
Moreno's in a bullseye kind of mood.
69. Stefan, you require 40.
This one is rapid. And that
It's
leg
on
is
the
over.
First leg, Stefan Henderyck.
We had a game earlier in the week that was 6 legs
Second leg, it's Moreno to
in 9
Thorofa.
minutes flat. We also had a game
57.
between Banks and Blom, which was 7 legs in less than 10 minutes.
59.
I don't know, Henry, but I am pretty sure that game that they had was a record yesterday.
140.
Well, the record for a fastest 4-3 actually doesn't belong to this venue. But it was actually a game involving one of our commentary colleagues, Matthew
60.
Edgar. He took on Jelle Klassen back in Southampton. It was a 7-leg match which took close to 8 minutes
134.
flat.
7 legs in 8 minutes.
Well, they were both averaging way above a ton.
I suppose they'd have to.
41. Moreno, you require 170.
Well, we did put out to our chat group, what would the fish
59.
be when we're talking about the big fish. One of our production staff has said, a brilliant example, the grouper.
180. Moreno,
Can you eat the
require
grouper, though?
111.
Not sure you can. I suppose you don't have to. It's just called the big fish. It's not called the big fish and chips.
75. Stefan, you require 161.
What would this shop be called? It's not going to be Stefan's.
And so Blom here back for
57.
double
Moreno, you
18
require
to
36.
square this contest up. 2 9s. And in next to
It's
no
on the
time,
second leg,
Moreno
Moreno
Blom
Blom.
levels up 1-1.
Third
Has
leg,
it
it's
been
Stefan
an
to
affair
throw
lit of
first.
equality? 20
Game
and
on.
18 darters, the 2 legs. Still done in about 3 and a bit minutes.
82.
Yeah, some of the fixtures this week, they haven't seen quality, but they have seen moments.
60.
Come on then, Henry. What's the big fish for you? I'm saying halibut. Big fish. That's delicious.
140.
I think of big fish, I think shark.
Fair point.
57.
Aren't they the biggest fish in the deep blue sea, as in for the ones that you fear the most?
Is that from Shark Tale?
95.
I don't know, I've never watched that film.
180.
Well, that one's a full boat, as some people would call it. In poker terms, that's a full house.
44.
And Blom needs another 3 of a kind.
97.
97.
Stefan, you require 140.
Pretty much halves his score. And Henderyck, who has had a couple of darts this week that have gone in somewhat
100.
strangely into the
Moreno,
board. A
you
little bit
require
flatter. That's because
107.
sometimes it slips out of his grip. This is tops. And that could have been 2-1 and a break of throw.
Stefan, you require 40.
Graze the wire, clip the wire, but those are the
on the
meagre
third
margins
leg,
sometimes,
Stefan
and
Henderyck.
Henderyck moves into a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Have you noticed he's got 2 A's in his first name?
134.
Why did they stop at 2? Just chuck 6 in there. You can do what you want with names these days, can't you? Under certain circumstances. I think
66.
there are rules. There are certain names that you can't have. But what's saying that Stefan's parents say, you know what, we're going to give him Stefan, but we're going to give him 6
125.
A's in it. You can do what you want.
Yeah, but could you imagine trying to fill out a form
96.
thinking, right, I've done 1A, 2A, 3A.
But you could be Stefan with 6 A's. That makes you different to everybody else.
100.
We're talking about a man with chips on his dart shirt. Come on.
60. Moreno,
Feel
you
like
require
having Phil with 2 L's.
142.
142 for Blom.
$110.
That's really good counting from Blom.
47.
What's he going to do with
Moreno,
double
you require
16?
32.
Can he hit it?
No
You can
score.
see why he didn't. He blocked it not once but twice.
78. Moreno, you require
As well with the
32.
last to leave himself on a finish. Blom again looking to persevere on double 16.
16.
Cannot find.
Stefan,
and they
you
didn't
require
feel convincing at all.
154.
I don't think left-handers feel comfortable with double 16 at all. That's why you don't see Mark Webster or Martin
56.
Phillips or
Moreno,
James
you
Wade
require
leave
16.
double 16. They much prefer other doubles. How is he going to hit this? From Southampton?
No score.
That spat in and out. Let's get that right. That went in and went out the
Stefan,
bed.
you require 98.
And Moreno's had to traverse the whole way round the Oki to retrieve that. And Henderyck could be back here for 3-1 if he finds a double 19. That would have hurt
79.
Moreno.
Moreno, you require
He's got to hit it this
16.
time. Not again.
Game
Not
shot on
again.
the 4th flag. Moreno Blom.
That is a head-scratching leg that brings us all level after 4. That is a 24-dart leg that could have been so much better, but it's about the result, not about how you get there, contrary to what some people might think.
58.
Bit like in the Ryder Cup, if you halve a hole in 6.
134.
What I like about that visit is it's a perfect response to what was a disappointing end to leg 4.
59.
He starts leg 5 positively.
And I think this is the
100.
biggest development in Moreno's game, and we've commentated on him a couple of times here. And I think the one criticism that maybe we've labelled at him in the past
93.
is maybe at times if things haven't gone his way, he'd react to that in a negative sense. Well, right here, we are seeing the complete and utter opposite.
Oh, we just... What a response.
80. Moreno, you require 87.
I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the double at the first time of asking this time. A double 14 is missed.
73.
His brain just works a little bit faster than your average bear.
Well, this is a strange thing with Moreno. Double 14
Moreno, you
is his
require
favourite
14.
double. But sometimes he will split the double 7.
No score.
And you'd think that the breakdown
Stefan,
double
you
has to be
require
as good as the
71.
main primary double. But it's not on this occasion.
53 left. Now tops.
51.
That would have
Moreno,
stung.
you require 14.
This is for a break of throw. It's massive, this.
Game
Well
shot
done.
on the 5th flag. Moreno
That was a
Blom.
much better guide because all he had to do was go to the right-hand side of that dart and he had a lot more bed to aim
6th
at.
flag. It's Moreno to throw first.
Still believe Blom's got a brilliant chance of making the top
39.
3, but he does need all 3 darts to land on the board.
And just like Simon Adams in the last game, Moreno Blom is free from
61.
22 on the doubles. However, the difference is, yes, Moreno is missing a lot of darts at double.
36.
But it's felt like when Stefan is about to pounce, he then finds the one to win the leg.
If you want an
82.
indication of how good Moreno Blom is as a player, he qualified for the Dutch Darts Championship in May as a host nation
123.
qualifier, and he was drawn against Ryan Joyce, who was one of the best players in Pro Tour action over the last 12 months. He beat Ryan Joyce by 6 legs to 3, averaged 100 on his European Tour debut.
171.
It just so happens that he ran into Chris Dobie in the next round and got absolutely tonked 6-0. But the difference in performance was 23 points. He is somewhat enigmatic,
52.
but he has got
Moreno, you
flair.
require 132.
And has a glance over at the scoreboard. Is not going to chase the bullseye because he didn't need to.
42.
However, doesn't really put a hole in proceedings. He may actually end up on the bullseye, such is the irony of the situation.
71.
Who
Moreno,
knows
you
where he's going
require
here?
90.
Conventional, double 5.
80. Stefan, you require
Now he's had a match
95.
start. On top of the other 19 misses on the outer ring he's had in this game.
87 left. Chance is gone.
79.
And now the chance comes back to Moreno.
You require 10.
Lovely marker, but he cannot use it as a guide. That's now 3 match darts that are come and gone for Moreno Blom. And so Stefan Henderyck here,
16.
2 8s to take us all the way.
Oh, what a shot that
Stefan
is.
Henderyck.
I was just about to say that flight has covered the bed. But he sails over the top and finds the top left corner. And look at Blom. He is sick as a chip about that.
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Stefan has missed 6 darts in this match after 9 attempts. Blom has missed 22.
41.
You know, we were mentioning a few moments ago about how we've seen Moreno respond well to adversity here compared to previous times. This may well be another test of those potential
83.
credentials.
There's a word in the Dutch language that doesn't have an English
140.
translation. And I think he needs a bit of this right now. It's called gezellig.
43.
It was on Ted Lasso. It's got something to do with peace and harmony and calm. You could do with a
50.
bit of that right now.
He's going to get 6-some 171 to
100.
get over the line, but he may have to get it done in 6. May not be allowed to mess around on the doubles this
93.
time.
I wonder what pressure's coming from Stefan, though. He doesn't go 19-25,
100.
but the straight ton does leave a finish.
78.
Match point Blom again.
This time, Tots for the win.
58.
Doesn't go.
Stefan, you require
That's now
134.
4 darts that have come and gone for the match. Henderyck isn't going to nick it with the 134. He's hoping to leave himself closer to task.
76.
Indeed, he will.
Moreno, you require 20.
Now double 7. The double which has given him problems already in this game.
6.
It will give him more.
Stefan,
And that's
you
7
require
mismatched
58.
darts. And Henderyck could nick it here.
Henderyck hits this past Blom, the sick bucket. He
18.
gets another chance after
Moreno, you
missing 7
require
match darts.
14.
Can he find a way through? Yes,
Good
is the
shot.
answer.
And
He
the match,
gets it between
Moreno
the two.
Blom.
And eventually, Moreno Blom wins. That is despite missing 28 darts at a double in that match. He had 32 attempts at the outer ring. That's double 16. And that causing some problems as well. Well, this time Moreno Blom on the right side of a 4-3 success against Stefan Henderyck. We're going to take a break and we're going to watch Thomas Banks and Tom Lonsdale after it.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
Own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Wednesday morning, and it has been a dramatic affair. Tom Lonsdale still leads the way. He has 16 points to his name, 2 in front of Conor Heneghan. It's as you were at the top of the table, but not in the way that you would have expected. Both players having won 1 and lost 1 so far today. And we're going to see Lonsdale in action up against Thomas Banks, who occupies third in the table. And if he wins this game, he'll move on to 14 points. And considering Heneghan and Lonsdale still got to meet later on today, wouldn't be completely out of proceedings, although we'd have to be perfect from here on in. You'd say it's Marino Blom's moved up to 4th, Henderyck in 5th, and Simon Adams brings up the foot of the table. Right, let's get Tom and Thomas to the stage. It's our 7th game of the day, the beginning of our middle round of the session. And as far as Tom Lonsdale is concerned, lost out 4-2 to Marino Blom in his opening game of the session. And it has to be said, got away with 1 against Simon Adams in his second.
Yeah, he did. He left himself a chance, and he took his chance, which was a 1-2 finish on the ball.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? Leave yourself 1 chance, take it, move on.
134.
Doesn't have a nickname, does he, Tom Lonsdale? Not that we're aware of. Maybe some people need to do something to gain 1. But why? I've been saying this privately to myself all week.
100.
I'm not the greatest fan of nicknames that just have a Y on the end, like Chizzy or Walshy or something like that. But the one occasion it'll actually work,
140.
he doesn't use it. He could have been Banksy. And then we could have put to bed the mystery of, who's Banksy? It's Thomas.
121.
Well, if he loses this game, he may well be disappearing from the top of the pack.
Good start from Lonsdale.
99.
Exactly what he needs. He needs to
100.
figure out the scoring process for the rest of the day. This is good. In fact, it's better than good. That is brilliant.
Leg,
An immediate break from Lonsdale. He's working very hard. So far, so good.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't darter to get himself started. And he'll know this is the time. This is the stage of the day
96.
where he has to make that push.
97.
If Banks thinks he's going to get into Group B easily, if he's not going to win this group, think again. There are 3 players behind him.
140.
Lonsdale's got really big ambitions of winning this group, and he'll be in a fabulous position if he wins this match. And everybody
46.
behind him, they've all got their own ambitions, yes.
100.
But can they relax at any point? Can they, heck?
Well, Tom Lonsdale's done something that's very
42.
unique in the ADC
Thomas to require
circuit.
164.
which we'll get on in a second. Banks doesn't contemplate the ball. He's the only player that has won on the
93.
ADC Championship Tour weekend in back-to-back years, because he won the last event of
43.
last year. He beat Luke
Thomas
Littler in the
requires
final,
71.
and then won an event this year, event 9, beat Johnny Haynes 5-4 in the final.
Game shot
And
on
as
his
Banks
second leg.
hits
Thomas
double
Banks.
10 to level up at 1-1. There is a connotation to it, because this weekend is the final round of
Third
events
leg,
in that
it's Thomas
particular
to
series.
throw first.
Thomas Banks leads that order of merit. Tom Lonsdale is 12th in that order of merit. Top 8
93.
playing the Championship Tour finals here at the Live Lounge in November. The top 4 get an automatic invite into the Global
58.
Championship in December.
Which is a big deal. It's not alien for
80.
dart players to be part of something from a midweek sense, and then if that doesn't go well, they can jet to another tournament after that.
55.
For instance, at the European Darts Open recently, Benjamin Pratnama lost on the Friday. On the Saturday, he was winning a WDF tournament.
138.
It happens all the time now.
45.
I know no matter what, Thomas is going to play the Sunday of those events. He
65.
qualify for the Saturday. If not, he will play both the days.
And where's that taking place?
Aylesbury.
So not far.
About an hour and a half up the road.
Good job it's not in
80.
Middlesbrough.
Thomas, you require 125.
Well, Banks ain't going to take out the 1-2-5 to move 2-1 in
45.
front in this contest. Also, the final round of events in the women's series as well of that championship. We'll tell you more about that in the
57.
next leg.
Thomas, you require 80.
Single tops.
60.
There's that miss low again. That's got to be addressed. Now, is
100.
Banks going to take this, or is Lonsdale going to get a shot?
Game shot
No
on the
shot
third
for
leg.
Lonsdale.
Thomas Banks.
Great riposte here from the man who obviously is a canary.
Fourth leg, it's Tom to throw
There's a
first.
statement you can think
Game
is a derogatory statement, but he will love it.
100.
You know what a canary is in Australia? And it's not a bird. Before you try some sort of
60.
smart remark, do you know what a canary is?
No.
It's a wheel clamp.
97.
Okay.
You know the yellow wheel clamps that you get if you park in the wrong spot?
Yeah, I've seen Owen Binks have a couple on his car.
100.
Yeah, the Australian police force called them canaries.
95.
Yeah, in terms of that order of merit, Thomas Banks is at the top of it. The top 8 get through to the finals, which currently comprise of Gary Stone, Joe Croft, Andy Bolton, Bradley Brooks, Charlie Martin, Neil Duff, Darryl Pilgrim. Bolton, Croft, Stone and Banks are currently in the Global Championship positions.
150.
That is not a bad lineup of players. And this is not a bad leg from Lonsdale.
140.
Why do I get the feeling this game's going to go the distance as well? We're doing it again.
Game shot of
2-2.
fourth leg.
And if it
Tom
goes
Lonsdale.
3-3, we're going to go all the way for the third game in succession. It's another day where 4 nils
leg, it's
are
Thomas
about
to
as
throw
rare
first.
as a dodo
Game
egg.
Big passage in play now.
93.
We enter the championship rounds of a match once again as we enter the championship rounds of the group. Lonsdale top of the table on 16
93.
points. Win here to move on to 18. And it pretty much falls the hand of Conor Heneghan, who's got to play Moreno Blom next
60.
who has won each of his opening 2 matches on day 3.
I just want you to watch the throw of Banks in this next visit.
44.
Providing all 3 darts stay up top. Look at the third dart. It's going to go down, so we're not going to see it. But wait for the start of the
93.
next leg. If he throws 3 darts at the 60, his body pops up on dart 3, which means he throws that
58.
dart slightly differently. We can't see it when we go to the split shot here, which is when... Actually, not the split shot, when we go downstairs for the 19s. But when we can see the camera on the left and the right-hand side with different views, player and board, we can see what's happening. Let's wait till the next leg.
60. Tom, you require 167.
Lonsdale's already had a couple of ton toppers. And the 167 really would have swung this game in his favour.
139.
But what he has done there is force Banks to take out this ton. Tops.
80.
I knew that dart was going low.
28.
It's happened so many times this week. That's a bad one. And that was almost a brilliant one.
Thomas, you require 20.
And this is why this double works for Banks, because he can be slightly low and still hit it. Just like that. Look where it landed. Bottom half. Now pay attention to his body when he throws 3 darts at the 60.
Game on.
The body pops upwards because he's trying to correct what he feels.
177.
1, 2, pop. Watch. See how the body pops upwards? If he can stay just a little more still on that third shot, I think he'd be more consistent.
44.
And if it works, Thomas, the invoice is in the mail.
93.
Thomas is a player that very much trying to take in the right sort of information.
The thing is, he's at an age
100.
where your brain is like a sponge. Anything you learn at the age of 16, 17, 18, you take it in and you retain it.
58.
It's a lot more difficult to teach someone these kinds of things when they get to 35 to 55.
125.
And Lonsdale here looks set to take us all the way to a last leg decider again. In matter of fact,
55.
take out Banks' 4-1 win against Simon Adams. Every game has had at least 6 legs in it.
Just like yesterday.
Game shot on a 6th leg.
And for the third
Tom
consecutive
Lonsdale.
game, we're going the distance. How big a leg is this?
7th and final leg.
If you're
It's
Conor
Thomas
Heneghan, who's
first.
playing next against
Game on.
Blom, he is screaming in his own mind for Banks to have a
78.
great leg.
$96.
Well, it's not
99.
coming easy for anybody, is it, at the top of the table? In matter of fact, it feels like a day that somebody may not win it. It might be that somebody else loses it.
99.
Yeah, two very different things. Minimum 1 treble per visit, and that is a beautifully timed maximum.
80.
So often we see a maximum to leave 144 for a 9-darter, but this
59.
is
Thomas, you require
purely
144.
for a very valuable win. And if he does
58.
get the job done, he is not out of the possibility of winning the group.
But more pertinently, he'd be 4 points clear
59.
temporarily of Moreno
Thomas, you
Blom.
require 86.
And he's got 6 from 86. Lonsdale's nowhere to be seen in this last leg, which is why Banks was afforded the opportunity
46.
to head down to the 16s with Dart 2 and will return for tops.
I think he's understood as well that double 10 is cooperating. That's why he went to 48 route. But now,
140.
let's see if he can hit tops to win the
Thomas,
match.
you require 40.
Double 10. Goes
No
low
score.
and low into the
Tommy
double 15,
require
and Lonsdale
48.
sat on 48 to win it. He has survived match darts against Simon Adams. He survived
shot
match
and the
darts
match.
against Thomas
Tom
Banks,
Lonsdale.
but has come out the other side. Tom Lonsdale is not making life easy for himself, not by the furthest stretch of the imagination, but he still finds himself in pole position at the top of the group. How he may not know, how we probably don't know, but he's a 4-3 winner against Thomas Banks, who spurned match darts in there. And so he retains a 4-point lead at the top of the table. Conor Heneghan takes on Moreno Blom after the break, but Blom's been the player who is, well, he's the only player with a perfect record still today. 4-2 wins against Tom Lonsdale and a 4-3 win against Stefan Henderyck. And he takes on Heneghan after this short break. Things are getting very interesting.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it's something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tom Lonsdale beat Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 3. That's now 2 wins for Lonsdale, where he's had to evade match darts, but they're wins nonetheless. And so it heaps of pressure on the man in your picture there, Conor Heneghan, as he takes on Blom, the only player to have a perfect record on this Wednesday morning. But he can be very lucky about the fact he's got a perfect record. As a matter of fact, Blom missed more darts at a double in his game against Stefan Henderyck than any player has in any game in the
45.
history of the competition. 28. And he still found a way to win. And that
96.
final sentence is a very, very important one.
44 darts at a double in 2 matches. Some people
81.
go the entire day with nowhere near that amount of darts at double. But if this continues,
100.
he's on track to have more than 100 darts at double in a day, which has never happened.
55.
Can't say he hasn't had many practice darts at the double. Let's face facts, especially at double 7 and double 8.
126.
One thing we do now know, mathematically, Blom cannot get to the top, because with Lonsdale on 18 points and Blom's only got 3 games left, he can only get to 16.
59.
Game 15 already looks tantalising because it's Banks against Blom. Banks in 3rd place on 12 points. Blom 4th place on 10, but Blom has a much better legs difference. If he wins this game, would leapfrog Thomas in the table.
Moreno, you require 120.
Big 20 found. Very well done.
100.
Oh, he nearly get the
Johnny, you
tops as
require
well.
146.
So now double 10. Which definitely had
99. Moreno,
something to say about the last match. And it does in this one already. 1-0 Blom.
And it started with a bit more conviction as well. I wonder whether he has been just sharpening up in the practice
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
I was having a chat with Chris Murphy yesterday about the ideal group for identical
57.
names or similar names. Imagine having a group that congregates all the Smiths you can find. But what about a group that has Nicole Bloom, Kevin Blommer, and Moreno Blom? You'd have Blom,
39.
Blommer, and Bloom.
Isn't that a blooming good idea?
Well, we've already had
100.
Martin Heneghan and Connor Heneghan. Are there any more?
96. $85.
I do believe there's a Steve Heneghan as well. Just checking my database.
131.
We're about to find out if Connor is Heneghan or is he going to go to Heneby.
130.
This is a tough gig now. He knows if he loses this match,
100.
Lonsdale has got
52.
more than 1 foot in Saturday night already. Got to be sharp from here on out, just like that.
Second leg, Connor Heneghan.
And his leg difference could be the ace up his sleeve. That
Third
game
leg, it's Connor to throw first.
that Heneghan's got with
Game
Lonsdale in game 10, I said earlier on this morning he must be level or within 2 points. That makes this game must win.
Well, he's got the break back, which he lost in the opener.
96.
Jim Moreno, it was a much improved second leg. It was a 14 darter for Heneghan, but you've just had the sense of him this week that when you've
96.
expected in the past those kicks to come from him, they just haven't quite been there.
44.
But you get the sense that after a bright start for Moreno, Heneghan can just begin to
99.
build a path into this match. The radar of the Dutchman's just gone off kilter a little bit here.
60.
You can sense the importance of this match, but the next one, it will feel a little more tepid.
85.
With Henderyck taking on Adams. Both will feel that Group C has got their name on it.
Connor, you require 125.
Not quite that yet. How are we looking here on Bullseyes?
65.
This will
Moreno, you
be
require
something
167.
extraordinary.
Now Moreno Blom's found the
70.
Heneghan drift.
Connor, you require 60.
And this is to move 2-1 in front from a leg to nil down. Double 10 is going to be the target.
Game start on the
Double,
third leg.
cheeky from the
Connor
Irishman.
Heneghan.
2-1 he leads.
Definitely not on purpose.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Can you believe it's August tomorrow?
97.
Not noted as a big darting month, August. But it will be here. And remember, if you want to be part of
59.
the Champions Night at the end of the month, tickets are sparse.
59.
Get onto that QR code if you can. If you can't, dotshop.tv. Check out Modus Super Series tickets. £2 is your reservation fee. If you want to be here on Saturday night to see these guys, if they qualify, you can join us on London Road.
119.
It's going to be a great day and a great night. But Champions Night tickets are very, very few now.
45.
It's going to be some night.
However, the cleaner the next day will not enjoy the fact
90.
that confetti is going to have to be hoovered up from all around the building.
Well, Tom Sykes is hoping it's all in his hair. Or Adam Paxton. Well, if Heneghan gets through,
56.
it's going to be like the Ginger
Moreno,
Army.
136. 58.
Well, Moreno here, 78 points away from leveling this game up at 2-2. Very much has been an affair which has swung one way or another.
140, Moreno requires
There from
78.
Heneghan, put some pressure on. And we know that the doubles haven't been a friend to Moreno Blom
Connie,
today.
require
And Tops
144.
wasn't thankful there, wasn't helpful there.
The last thing you want to do
48.
against
Moreno,
someone
you
who's not
require
missing doubles
40.
at all is miss yours.
Game start
Doesn't
on the
miss this
fourth
time.
leg. Moreno Blom.
2-2. And that's exactly the ratio on doubles for Connor.
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
By the way, Heneghan's nickname has got to be better than Hino.
100.
Any ideas what he could have?
140.
I mean, if we're going to nick a line of commentary, you could have the man.
Well, there are connotations with that because Becky Lynch is the man in
57.
WWE. She's Irish.
Didn't even know that.
58.
To be honest, I didn't even know who she was.
One of the most famous Irish people in the world.
I thought Betty Lynch was a character for Coronation
100.
Street, but less said the better.
I wouldn't know. I've got a life.
95.
I can't say things like that, actually, because I keep taking the mick out of Steve West for watching Hollyoaks. Some things you will never understand.
44.
Well, if you were to put an extra vowel on the end of what's on the back of Moreno's shirt, you'd get what Fallon Sherrick has got. An MBE.
100.
And Sheena
Moreno,
Gulliver,
you
of course.
require 68.
Like that shot a lot. Like it
Game
even
shot
more
on
when he
fifth
hits
leg,
68 and
Moreno
2.
Blom.
All of a sudden, he's found some efficiency on the doubles, and he might be causing Conor Heneghan a really big
Sixth
headache
leg,
here.
it's Moreno to throw first.
And yes, he is still undefeated, and he's causing carnage.
177.
These are the spurts we spoke about with Moreno Blom that he's capable of at times. And because of the quick-fire nature, no quicker did Conor
140.
Heneghan think he was in front at 2-1. Is he 3-2 down? And he could be on the receiving end of the defeat.
138.
And he was 5 deep into the 9.
$55.
Oh, this is some spurt. When he's hot, he's very hot. And he is now
100.
within 86 points of going from 6th to 3rd.
And just as importantly, putting Tom Lonsdale
44.
onto
Moreno, you
checkmate in
require
terms of winning the
86.
group. And he's got time. He has nowhere to be
46.
seen.
And Blom wins this leg. He's only 2 points behind Heneghan. I said it'd be a wild dog today. He's
92.
running
Moreno,
rampant.
you require 40.
Double 10. Up for 5s. Cannot
30.
find. And this really
Conor, you
would be an
require
active
170.
recovery if Heneghan can nail the fish.
Can we see a big fish before we see Mr. Chips again? Got any vinegar, anybody? And now he's feeling salty.
140. Moreno, you require
However,
10.
big pressure on this double 5 for the match.
Game shot
And for a
the
third
match,
win
Moreno
in
Blom.
succession, and Moreno Blom is making his move on Wednesday. He lost all 5 matches, 4-3 on Tuesday. He's now 3 from 3 here. But on the other side of the coin, as Conor Heneghan walks back down the stage, he may feel like with it his hopes of winning the group, because Tom Lonsdale will have a 4-point lead going into the 4th round of matches, and he takes on Heneghan in the 4th round of matches. Coming up, though, in the middle of that is Simon Adams against Stefan Henderyck. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We into our 9th game of the day, the final match from the 3rd round's worth of fixtures, and it is the 2 players at the bottom of the group going toe-to-toe as Simon Adams takes on Stefan Henderyck. Before the break, Moreno Blom got the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 2. Moreno with his 3rd win of the day. Heneghan with his 2nd defeat in 3, and it means the group is in the palm of the hands of Tom Lonsdale, who has a 4-point gap from the Irishman in 2nd. They go toe-to-toe in the game after this, but from the top of the table, we're going to focus on the bottom, because for Simon Adams, it hasn't quite gone to plan today. A plethora of missed doubles has really plagued him throughout the course of proceedings. As for Stefan Henderyck, he got the better of Conor Heneghan 4-2 in his first game, before then going down to Blom in that game where Moreno missed 28 darts at a double and still won.
However, the winner of this game will go to 12 points with Banks and Blom and join what is, well, how can you describe this collection of players going for what could be 3rd spot? The word melee has been used today. I'm going to have to say that again. And let's face facts as well. Whoever loses this game,
35.
If it's a tight match, they're still in with a bit of a shout. However, we do have to look at the leg difference of the person in charge of that race as it stands. Blom +4.
85.
Everybody below him -3 or worse off. So it's definitely advantage Moreno.
58.
Win big, lose tight, and losing those games just by the margin of 4-3. He's given himself that advantage today. Now he's picked up a couple of wins under his belt.
Adams has beaten Stefan both times they've played this week.
60.
When they played yesterday, it was, of course, 4-3. It was the 8th game of the day. So a similar time frame today as yesterday. But if we are being honest, it wasn't a great game. They both average in the mid-70s. And like you said, Henry, lots of missed darts at double from Adams. It was the same yesterday.
122.
He missed a grand total of 19 darts at a double against Stefan, but still won.
131.
Applies maximum pressure on Adams here. 53 for a 1-0 lead. He's going to get 2 at tops. Now double 10. And the misses become
43.
air apparent again.
Stefan, you require 56.
This will happen a lot faster. But what's going to happen?
Game shot on the first
He's
leg.
going to leave a dot in his left hand, is
Henderyck.
what?
Second leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
Seems like the appropriate time of day to have a little delve into the darting archives. Because a lot has happened on the 31st of July in the darting world in the last few years. For instance, I'm going to go really hipster here. I'm going to test your memories, everyone. Because back in 1994,
25.
Peter Hinckley beat Wayne Weening in the final of the Pacific Masters. And that's taking place this weekend over in Australia.
100.
So good luck to everybody else who is taking part in that this weekend. And interestingly, when you look at the ladies' event, Pacific Masters is a tournament that is played all around the oceanic region.
100.
In fact, in 1994, it was played in Canberra, the capital of Australia. And predominantly it is won by Australian,
57.
possibly Asian players or New Zealand. But it has been won by Europeans and North Americans in the past. Dieter Hedman won the women's event back in 1994. That's a long way to go for a tournament victory, isn't it? In fact,
83.
I think the most impressive thing I've seen was Dennis Priestley won the Australian Masters in the early 90s. Geelong is a long way from Mexborough.
And back
92.
in those times, there wouldn't have been much in terms of points to play for 4 players, was there?
Well, think about how it would have been for travelling in the early 90s. It's not like it is now, where it was it's a lot easier to get to Australia now. Back then, it was a real commitment.
125.
And one thing Simon Adams has
Stefan
shown
Uruguay,
in the last 6 months is a real commitment to the sport. But Henderyck, look at a double. He's leading this
72.
match and able to do so with the 112, but even himself on tops upon his return.
You know, we say you can't miss singles. Well, in that spot, he's afforded a missed single, as long as he takes care of it next time.
81. Stefan Uruguay, 40.
Tops for Stefan. To
Game
double his
Charlotte,
lead,
second leg,
2-0.
Stefan Henderyck.
The Belgian finds himself in front against Simon Adams, for whom today has not
Third
gone
leg,
to
it's
plan
Simon to throw
at all.
first.
Yeah, he's making
Game
short
on.
work of Simon, that's for sure. Speaking of Simons, because if you look at the darts that Mr. Adams is using, they are Whitlock darts. On this day in 2004, Simon Whitlock won the Pacific Masters against one of his heroes,
17.
Graham Hunt. You know what Graham Hunt has won? This is an important part of Australian darts history.
100.
Graham Hunt was the first world champion of sorts because he won the World Masters before Tony David became world champion. That is an important thing
60.
for Australian dart players to remember. But that's not the only thing that happened on the 31st of July. Huge things happened. Back in 99, Rod Harrington beat Peter Manley to win the match play.
43.
2 consecutive tiebreaker situations at the match play for Harrington. The second one against Manley,
22.
a year after he beat Baxter. That was when he won the match play for occasion number 2. But Phil Taylor won
44.
the match play in 2004. And he also won the European Championship on this day in 2011 against a certain Adrian Lewis, who consequently hit a 9-darter that day at the Maritime Hotel in Dusseldorf. And it's one of the best ones ever hit because it looked so easy.
Anything else interesting happening at that tournament on that day, Nico?
60.
It was a good day. I lost in the quarters to Taylor, but it was a cracking match. That was a tremendous starting day. 1,900 crazy German darts fans at the Maritime Hotel in Dusseldorf. Some great matches in the
45.
quarters, the semis and the finals. That game with Lewis and Barneveld in the semis. What a match.
Was that the tournament O.J. Borge presented
100.
on
No,
ITV?
no. You're close, though. Tony Wrighton.
Guy from Sky Sports News.
Yeah, he's got his own podcast these days, I believe.
Don't we all? Don't they all?
$85. Stefan Uruguay, 154.
I forgot about O.J. Borg.
64.
Yeah, that'll do. When he comes back, he will have his pick of route. And is he going to be winking in a good way, just like his chips?
Sentence I never thought you would say.
Absolutely. I don't even know where that came from. We were trying to get to the bottom of
96.
where the phrase
Stefan
sick as a
Uruguay,
chip came from.
90.
We couldn't find it. Oh, bull first. Bull last. Bull not hit.
65. Simon Uruguay, 76.
And so Adams here, 76 to bring this game back to 2-1. Hendryck's out on 25 for the double break if this doesn't go. He's going to get a dart at tops. Doesn't
36.
go. And Henderyck is back for the
Stefan
double break, and he
Uruguay,
has the
25.
opportunity here to have the game exactly where he wants it. 17 for double 4. Now down for double 2. Doesn't go, and Adams has got a route back into this contest.
40.
Somehow, in visit number 9 in leg 3.
Game shot on a third leg, Simon Adams.
Very grateful for that leg win. Grateful to get the chance. I do, however,
Fourth
question
leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
the route for
Game on.
Bull first on the 90 checkout. It's a bit like earlier when Tom Lonsdale was on 90.
134.
He went 54 for double 18. It worked and it looked great. But you've got to play the probabilities. Would you rather have a shot at a double? Or would you rather have a shot at the bull? It's a bit like weighing up, would you like a shot at anything or nothing?
135.
Well, they reckon in the Urban Dictionary, the chip used in the term sick as a chip refers to casino chips,
100.
poker chips.
Oh, the things I collect. I should have known that then. So it must have some sort of connotation with being passed across the table to somebody else. Maybe. But if you know, get in touch with us in the chat group and let us know.
60.
Love to hear from you. And you can get in touch with us on our social channels as well. Instagram, X, Facebook and TikTok.
60.
Well, Simon here should start on the 19s, but has persevered upstairs on 306 all week long, which means if he hit a 140, then he would have left himself on 166.
82.
Some players have just got their roots, haven't they? They're not going to change.
96.
I know that Steve Beaton's retiring from PDC darts by the end of this season, and there's been a lot of rumours that he's going to be here next year. That's something that could happen as opposed to something that will happen. But Steve is one of those players like Phil Taylor
121.
that constantly leaves
Stefan, you
162,
require 111.
163. Doesn't matter how many players around them continually do other things. They play the game their way.
71. Simon, you require 103.
He has a smile and a big deep breath. Like he's just woken up in the morning in the most beautiful place on earth. And yet, he's on 103 in Portsmouth. This'll make him smile.
83.
Not quite.
Stefan, you require 40.
Well, a little bit of frustration there for Simon Adams. And he will be livid if Henderyck can take out now double 10.
Game shot
Which
of
he
fourth
can.
leg,
He'll move
Stefan
into a
Henderyck.
3-1 lead, will the Belgium.
Fifth flag, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Simon Adams, of course, representative from South Africa. We're going to have a representative from the African Darts
100.
Group in the final week, or one of the final weeks of qualification for Series 8. They held their
55.
qualifiers a few weeks ago, and 17-year-old Kendrick Cordum won that particular qualifier, the African Darts Group Challenge Cup, and will represent South Africa at Super Series 8.
140.
Great initiative, which gets Africa on the map here at the Super Series a bit more. And of course, there will be a qualifier for the Global Championships from there too.
96.
I think the important thing with the African Darts Group going forward is that it's not just South Africa. It's such a massive continent. But what we have to find with the assistance of
40.
them is where the other dart players come from other countries. The dartboard that you can see on the wall right now, the Winmore Blade 6 triple core carbon, is made in Kenya. The materials are sourced in Kenya. You know how they say farm to table in food? Well, it's field to board in darts terms, about as close as you can possibly
100.
get it in a global sense. the biggest presence in darts over the last few years from Africa has been the dartboard on the wall.
100. Simon, you require 100.
Tells me that there should be some dart players from Kenya.
Well, Africa is a continent of 1.6 billion people. That's 1/8 of the globe's population, which isn't properly represented in the sport, and that has to change.
97.
Is this result going to change?
You require 24.
If Adams doesn't take double 12 or 24 thereon, Henderyck has another decision to make on 90.
2 sixes. Now down for double 3. Big dart, big moment.
18.
But not
Stefan,
a
you
dart
require
which will
90.
be found for Simon Adams. And so Henderyck to bring the curtain down on this game. Looking at 90. Double 5 to get over the line.
85.
Just pitched below.
Simon, you require 6.
It just made me think, actually. Because if Kendrick was qualified for this group, it'd be
Game shot on
Kendrick
a fifth
versus
leg,
Henderyck.
Simon Adams.
But it's not. It's the other South African that we've referenced today. Adams
Sixth
is now
leg,
only
it's
3-2
Stefan to
down.
go first. Game on.
And curiously, Henderyck did change his plan on 90 there. He did go the 20s.
60.
What other nations do you think should or could possibly be represented in darts here at the Modus Super Series? You think about the heavyweight nations for football, athletics.
40.
Particularly athletics. Kenya and some of the East African nations have got some incredible runners from places like Mozambique and Ethiopia.
81.
I think in terms of Africa, I think you're definitely looking at the heartlands and towards the east of the continent particularly. But there's definitely a nation here which we do not represent. And it's a bit further afield. The Philippines. How many good players we have
100.
from that part of the world. And obviously there's big logistical issues that come with that. But you go through that Asian tour to merit. It's a sea of Filipino
140.
brilliance.
I've seen it firsthand at the Soft Tip World Cup in Hong Kong. They're everywhere. They're all brilliant. But it is a fair old journey. That's what makes what Christian Perez is doing at the minute on the tour just so revolutionary.
81.
He's the one who's made the sacrifice. It took him a year to get a visa.
Lawrence Alagan to the
60.
Super Series klaxon has sounded.
just give me a ticket right now. Lol's been around for years. He's been an excellent player for decades.
And it would be a Filipino winner of the week. Let's get that right.
100. Stefan, you require
Probably better if it's week 12. He
160.
wouldn't have to go back and come back again. This is 6 starts from here for Stefan.
100.
He'll take that. If he wins, he goes to 12 points. Adams stays on 10. And then there will be 3 on 12, 1 on 14, and Lonsdale, the only person in the table who has a 4-point cushion over anybody. And it just so happens to be 4 points from
95.
1 position to 2
Stefan, you
position.
require 60.
20 for tops. For 4-2 win for
Game
Stefan
shot, and the
Henderyck,
match,
and he gets the
Stefan
better of
Henderyck.
Simon Adams, and it's a little bit of a boogie between the pair at the end. Well, it may be a basement battle, but both players see the lighter side of proceedings. But it is Stefan Henderyck who gets over the line. He beats Simon Adams by 4 legs to 2. That's the tail of the tape. Well, coming up next, Tom Lonsdale could be within a few legs of winning the group. If he beats Connor Heneghan, well, he is into Saturday night's final. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of play, and we see Tom Lonsdale and Conor Heneghan, the top 2 as far as things are concerned. And if Tom Lonsdale could beat his compatriot at the top of the table in this matchup, our 10th game of the day, he would have won Group A. He will secure the first passage through to Saturday night's final at the expense of Heneghan, who has quite simply had a day to forget today. He lost 4-2 to Stefan Henderyck, and he would have felt as sick as a chip after that one. He recovered to beat Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2, but it looked like he took all the loot in that one because he had a bit of a blot against Blom, losing out 4-2 in that particular encounter. Well, Lonsdale got the boot from Blom in his opener by 4 legs to 2, but then he raided the bank a couple of times. He got the better of Simon Adams 4-3, and then getting the better of Thomas Banks 4-3, evading match darts in both 58. Of them. And how the margins can be so thin in a Super Series Group A campaign.
You're not wrong, Henry, because let us contemplate something else before we go too deep in this match. If Lonsdale wins this match, he wins the group. That's simple.
96.
If Heneghan loses, if you look at it slightly differently, he's not safe for Group B. Now, who was it who had a dart to win a group and then ended up in Group C? Was it Robert Thornton?
Yes.
It can happen.
Just to 25. Take the picture in terms of the group situation, Lonsdale 18 points plus 4 legs difference. Heneghan 14 points plus 7 in terms of the legs difference.
There you see it. And when was the last time, with 2 games to go in a 15-game group, when was the last time you saw somebody at the top of the table with a leg difference of plus 4? The record is closer to plus 40. This group is about as tight as white on rice.
125.
The record, which is plus 36, which is held by Messrs. Littler, Evans and Kist.
85. Connor, you require 11.
Heneghan looking at 11 to get the break and to win leg 1. 3 for double 4's the route.
7.
He won't like that.
You require 140.
He did like the result he got against Lonsdale yesterday, but that shot's off.
And because of the big win against Lonsdale, what it has done is, yes, he has to win this game, but the margin of victory for Connor isn't as significant because he has an advantage in those stakes, and he takes the opening leg of this one against throw, just to pose the question of the man from Bridgewater.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
He has now won 6
46.
straight legs against Lonsdale. This was the first game of the week. We did say at that point, this is probably
43.
the most important fixture of one player against another in Group A. We have been proven right. Heneghan won the last leg decider on Monday. It was a decent game as well. And then 4-0 yesterday, and he starts with the first leg in this one. So he obviously likes the pace of this game. Or has he signified to himself before a dart has even been thrown this week that Lonsdale could have been his biggest challenger? If he knew that, he's very dart smart.
100.
Dartelligence, as we like to call it.
See, there's a nickname that nobody's used yet. Dartificial intelligence.
108.
It'll happen. Someone will cotton onto it. Probably when we're going to have some sort of robot uprising.
139. Connor, you require
Heneghan looking
64.
to exterminate this leg. Double 8. Tony Lee's playing his best darts of the week in his biggest game of the week so far.
Did you just make some sort of Doctor Who reference, by the way, by using the word exterminate?
Yes.
60.
Okay, I applaud it.
Well, Tom Lonsdale would like to enter the TARDIS and go back a couple of legs here because he now finds himself in hot water, does the man from Bridgewater.
61.
Might be entering a portion of the day where he is sick of the sight of Heneghan. Is he the one person that could stop Lonsdale from having 2 days off? And yesterday we were remarking that he would have the luxury of going back to Bridgewater and then returning on Saturday if he wins the group.
60.
It's a 50-50 call because it's not round the corner, but it's not that far away.
A couple of hours away, isn't it? Just off the Midlands.
Because it's not that far away from the
82.
M5 motorway. It's not Minehead. It's not Land's End. He might want to go home if he wins the group.
84.
That is a big if right now. He will retain the lead going into the final round of play. And the neutrals, I'm sure, are thinking
50.
Heneghan wins here. And then things will get really interesting by the time Lonsdale plays against Henderyck
60.
in game 13.
Connor, you require 150.
And Heneghan takes on Simon Adams, who's the only player yet to pick up a win today. Now, I'll be honest, I'm
94.
not a massive fan of that.
If he'd hit the bull, I'm not sure he would have gone for the second one. I think he might have been
42.
thinking bull
Connor, you
60
require
tops.
56.
That one's only just in the single.
36.
This is still a big
Connor,
ask
you
for
require
Lonsdale. This has got
134.
tops written all over it.
94.
Only the one.
Connor, you require 20.
Well, this is for the double break. This is a free zip. That's a
Dave Shaw on
big
a
dart.
third leg.
And when
Connor
the big
Heneghan.
moment came, the big man has delivered.
Fourth
Look at the
leg,
leg
it's Connor to go
difference. It
first.
makes
Game
very little sense. +1 right now for Lonsdale and +10 for Heneghan. He's in
85.
second position. And this is a lot to do with their head-to-head record in the last couple of
57.
days. It can still change, but if Heno gets out of this game with a 4-0 again, leg difference is a moot point.
78.
Well, put it this way. Stefan Henderyck, who is fourth in the table, has won more legs in this group than Tom Lonsdale.
125.
He's on 42 legs compared to the 41 of Tom.
That's a really good point.
140.
And they've played the same amount of games. In fact, Lonsdale is involved in a game where he's played
140.
in more legs. And he's got fewer wins than someone who was in fourth position. This table doesn't make any sense.
85.
And Heneghan is 113 points away from a 4-0 win in the space of, well, possibly 8 minutes.
96.
Ironically, this is
Connor,
Tom
you require
Lonsdale's
113.
personal best average here at the Modus Super Series, 113.
Well, Tom Lonsdale can actually do
73.
something no one's
Tom,
ever
you
done
require
before, and that's win a
83.
group with a negative legs difference. Or a group play of a negative legs difference. The bullseye doesn't go, and that may well
58.
be the
Connor,
last
you
dart he
require
throws
40.
in this contest. Because Heneghan steps up looking at tops.
No
but
score.
cannot convert.
Tom, you require 25.
That's difficult.
9.
And he was still on the walk
Connor, you require
when he was throwing
40.
that dart. He wasn't set.
He may be set to shake the hand of Heneghan here. Tops of the match. Double 10. And when he's
Shot
needed
and
a
the
big
match,
performance,
Connor
Connor Heneghan has come up with the goods. A 4-0 victory against Tom Lonsdale keeps his chances of winning Group A alive. And it may well swing the trajectory into his favour. He's still 2 points off Tom Lonsdale, but he has now got an 11-leg swing in terms of the legs difference. He also has to play Simon Adams in his last game. Tom Lonsdale will take on Stefan Henderyck. We're going to break from the top portion of the table for now as we watch Thomas Banks in action against Stefan Henderyck. The winner will move on to 14 points and temporarily above Moreno Blom in the table. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Conor Heneghan got the better of Tom Lonsdale by 4-0. And that means that Heneghan is still in the race to win this group. 2 points now of Tom Lonsdale at the top of the table. But have a look at that. Tom Lonsdale is top of the group despite having a 0 legs difference. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Put it this way. If Thomas Banks wins this match, you'll be guaranteed that the player in 5th would have won as many legs as Lonsdale. It's just madness. Anyway, let's skip away from the table and let's get into our next match because we're going to see Stefan Henderyck and Thomas Banks in action. This is a big game in terms of the race of who's going to be in B and who's going to be in C. The winner will temporarily leapfrog Moreno Blom into 3rd place, who holds all the aces really in that particular race. He takes on Simon Adams next and will take on Thomas Banks in the last year. So it's a real big game for the Bulldog. But as for Mr. Chips, well, it's another big game for him if he is to move himself into
first leg.
Group
It's Stefan
B.
to throw first.
You're a bit salty if he loses this one.
Yeah, just a bit. It's like a bit of a tungsten teaser to go through this match. We can reveal the answer towards the end.
60.
If you want to get involved, let us know the answer on the YouTube channel chat section. How many players in the world's top 32 have played at the Modus Super Series?
100.
Let's face it, one of them's pretty obvious.
100.
So, how many and who are they? That is what we want to know in the YouTube chat. That's your teaser for the day.
120.
Now, this game guarantees that somebody's going to get to 14 points and provisionally in a Group B spot. If Henderyck does it, well, blow me down. Because over the last couple of days, he has struck me as the kind of player that is destined to go to Group C. But he has fought and scraped,
49.
and he's done pretty well today.
Stefan, you require 100.
Tops. Well, that's magnificent. That's marvellous from Stefan Henderyck. Put a bit of sauce on that.
How clean was that as well?
Second leg, it's Thomas.
No collisions there. No guides needed. Central tops, left-handed tops.
140.
Very well found. Not been great at the old Tum Plus checkouts this week. He got one in his very first game of 101. And since then...
60.
That's the only one.
Oh, hang about.
100.
Here we go. Stefan's put 6 into the treble. He's on for the 9.
Now he wants a Tum Plus checkout, doesn't he?
93.
Get this one.
Stefan, you require
Etch your name into a bit of
141.
Super Series history. Too much to ask for, but what a kick this is. He's on for a 10.
Averaging 120.75. Thomas Banks is averaging 102, and he's getting nowhere near.
134.
He's left himself on 74 after 12 with the throw, and it may be absolutely irrelevant. He may not even get a go. Because Henderyck finds a 12 darter. He's 2-0 to the good. He's averaging 111.33.
Third leg. It's
Did you see that collision as well?
Game on.
That dart was missing double 18, but the other 2 darts that were in the board said, "In you go, son."
85.
Well, let's face it, if Thomas Banks is practicing with George Killington and Steve West, he's seeing darts like this on a regular basis.
81.
Especially from Steve West, who always plays better against people he loves. His personal best average is against his brother.
140.
And his second best average in PDC darts was against the person he used to sit next to at PDC darts, Mervyn King.
98.
I'll never forget with Steve West the time when He said to me, I'm going to hit a 9-darter in this game. I said live on air that he said he's going to hit a 9-darter, and he duly delivered. However, Thomas Banks here is averaging 119, is 2-0 down. He's about to get his first dart to the double in this match.
He's doing a pilgrim.
Game shot on the third leg. Thomas Banks.
Off the back of a 12. This is good. This is like nothing we've seen this week.
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to
Let's be honest, this has come completely out of the blue.
Don't say that to him, by the way.
99.
Norwich fan. Doesn't like blue. Doesn't have the same ring to it. This has come straight out of the yellow.
140.
Well, it's a little bit like that Delia Smith quote. Where are you? Let's be having you.
58.
Come on, lads, let's have some more of this.
Is that where she lives? Let's be having you. By the way, that brings us rather aptly
60.
to our tungsten teaser. If you have got yourself involved, because the question of how many players in the world's top 32 have played at the Modus Super Series, the connotation of the second person, because the first one's littler, we all know that. The other one is Mr. Yellow.
140.
Or one of the Mr. Yellows. Scott Williams. So it's 2.
58. Stefan, you require 161. 65.
It's actually 3 because Heneghan wins number 32 now, isn't he? I thought it was 33. My bad.
60. Stefan, you require 96.
Well, this hasn't been all over the place. This has been excellent. This is for 14 darter, potential 15 darter.
60.
And this time he hasn't got a third go at double 18 to crash off the barrel.
Bullseye.
55.
Right there, Banks
Stefan,
crashes and burns.
56. Game shot of 4 flags. Stefan Henderyck.
Burns. You can see what this means to him. He knows exactly what's going on in this table. He wants to play it in Group B. He said it to you this morning, didn't he? If I can't win this group, I want to be in B.
108.
And it's looking less likely now. But this performance from his opponent,
97.
Where has this been all week?
This is what a lot of people in Belgium and Holland said this guy is capable of. And they said the biggest thing
60.
is he's never played on a stage before. Nothing like this. And the big question was how he was going to respond to it. Well, maybe he's beginning to settle into it. And if he is settling into it and he's got a level attainable to this in the locker, then look out. Group B, Group C, wherever he ends up.
131.
Did Cameron Menzies play in this building?
In Southampton.
94.
He didn't play in Portsmouth.
Stefan, you require 130.
I'll find some other players who've played here. Richard Veenstra. He's played here.
92.
He's number 53 in the world. He's the
Thomas,
next person after Van Veen.
170.
But it is a match opportunity for Stefan to
60.
wallop his
Stefan,
personal
you
best of the
require
week.
38.
Splits. And it's hit the 18s, so it's going to be double 10.
18.
Doesn't go.
Thomas, you require 110.
Is the shot still on? It is not. His demeanour changes.
It's looking hard work out there for Thomas, and his work in this
47.
game may well be over
Stefan, you
because
require
Hendrick's
20.
looking at double 10 to get the job done
Game
by
shot
4
on
legs
the
to
match.
1, and he will.
Stefan
And what a
Henderyck.
performance, and what a game we've seen. Stefan Henderyck, well, he was threatening the 9. He averaged 96 in the end. Thomas Banks losing out there, an average just shy of a ton. What a game that was. What a treat that was. And a win for Stefan Henderyck, which puts him onto 14 points and temporarily puts him into third place in the table. But that could change in a moment because Moreno Blom takes on Simon Adams.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg, and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Stefan Henderyck got the better with Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1. That temporarily moves him into P3 at a spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday. Next up for us, Moreno, Blom and Simon Adams. Moreno can move back into the top 3 with a win in this one against Simon Adams, who is yet to pick up a win to his name so far today. He did have chances to beat Tom Lonsdale in his second match of the session, but either side of it has been comprehensive defeats to Thomas Banks and Stefan Henderyck, respectively.
First leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
There was a little to and fro as to who wanted the darts there. Well, Moreno, you're going to have to throw first, pal.
I think they were talking about the fact that they both had another 3
96.
practice darts each, but Simon didn't want them, and Moreno said, well, should we just start anyway? As long as you're ready. When you play on the PDC stage, you get 9 at the start. But I remember during the match play recently, when Dimitri Vandenberg was off the stage for quite a long time, the referee was George Noble, I believe, and said, you've only got time for 3. He had 3 practice darts when he came back on the stage, and it was back into the game.
A lot of the time as well, when it comes to televised events,
55.
you get 9 after the walk-ons, but sometimes how many darts you get on stage after the advert breaks, and you can attest to this, can sometimes be down to
59.
the broadcaster. So sometimes you can have 6, sometimes it may just be 3 or something along those lines.
Well, here's one for you. And this came up at the 2022 Lakeside Championship, because in PDC darts, you go to Ali Pali, Winter Gardens, Grand Prix, Grand Slam, something like that.
78.
Luke Littler exposed this because when he played towards the final of Ali Pali earlier this year,
57.
he was staying on the stage a lot and just practicing whilst his opponents were going backstage. And when you play at the WDF World Championship, you have to leave the stage. It is a rule. Whereas in PDC darts, you do not. Discuss.
81.
And if I remember rightly, that was because the broadcaster of that event during every advert break, did a stage presentation either on the stage or to the side of it.
177.
Very inconsiderate of Moreno there to interrupt our discussion by hitting a 177. But he is Mr. Undefeated today. He's got
60.
Adams here,
Moreno, you
and he's got
require
Banks at the
71.
end. Running the card today is a possibility, especially when he's doing
Shot
things
of
like
first
that.
leg, Moreno Blom.
And Moreno's going to be playing at the Lakeside this year. It would take an absolute disaster of him not to qualify. He's in the seeded positions,
leg, it's Simon
in matter
to
of fact. And he's
throw
going to
first.
be playing
Game on.
in the World Masters in Hungary in October.
He likes Hungary. He's won twice there before. So if you're looking for some sort of form guide when it comes to the World
140.
Masters, can Moreno Blom win it? Or
60.
is it going to be defended by a certain Wesley Plaisir? Take a very brave person not to back Wesley Plaisir at the minute the way he's playing.
I was actually at that local tournament Moreno was at last night. We had a little bit of a chat, and he said Hungary
81.
in that system is the best host of tournaments, in his opinion, in terms of the way tournaments are sanctioned, the way tournaments are held, the way tournaments are ran.
41.
And I think that's part of the reason why the WDF have moved that tournament out there.
So did he go to the Balaton Masters earlier this year? Because judging by someone's YouTube channel, that was an absolute shocker.
I'm not quoting at source. I'm just saying.
85.
I'm not quoting it. I'm just giving you what somebody else said about it. Hungary's had a great presence in WDF
60.
darts in the last few years. They've put on some great tournaments, attended by some fantastic people. But there are certain things in certain tournaments that do need to be evolved. Like space
85.
and quality of venue and things like that. You can't afford to stand still.
58.
Look at this place.
Simon, you require 110.
Do you think we've been standing still for the last 4 years? I don't think so.
Well, Simon Adams has been standing still today. However, he may get a bit of a spark here if he can find double 16 for the 110.
94.
Not to be. But Moreno's having a bit of an off patch here.
100.
Is it just me, or is he
Simon,
playing
you
better with
require
white
16.
flights? It's probably just a coincidence. If you believe in coincidences, by the way, because some people don't. Simon hasn't changed anything this week.
No score.
In fact, he did put in a fresh set of flights yesterday, but they're the same model.
100.
Will he get double 8 this time?
Simon, you require 16.
Instead of its older cousin to the south.
Well, is that an extra practice dart at this? Does practice make perfect? Yes, is the
shot on the
answer.
second
Adams
leg,
levels
Simon
up.
Adams.
1-1.
I always say it when it comes to sport.
Third
Practice
leg, it's Moreno
doesn't
to
make
throw
perfect.
first.
Practice. Wow, what a bounce out that was. That one needed a sound effect.
120.
Move over, Victor Tingstrom. You've got a rival.
Put it this way, if Moreno Blom stood to the right-hand side of the hockey, he would have got hit.
Well, you don't know about the parkour skills of dart players and dodging big bounce outs like that.
38.
Used to be a lot more prevalent in the days when the wires were round.
The old
60.
bladed boards.
Sometimes when the wires were round and you get a big bounce out, you're like Neo from the Matrix. Darts going past you and you're making sure that they don't hit people behind you.
And before you ask, no, we're not making a
95.
video about that on the Super Series YouTube channel.
No, we aren't. If you ever get a bounce out like that, just get out of the way.
58.
This is why, when you've got young kids getting into darts, it's a very good idea to start them on soft tip darts until they're responsible with what is a very sharp object.
60.
In terms of Moreno, when we look at those WDF majors at the end of the year, the World Masters and the Lakeside in December, if he finds a bit more consistency, he's a player that could go for a few rounds in that tournament. But it's that consistency which is the big lurking issue.
Yes, it is. It's like the elephant in the room because it keeps coming up with him. He's got the top level game.
96.
But it's that next level game. Is that good enough to worry the potential opponents he's going to face in tournaments like that? Not sure.
79.
There are better, more consistent players going into the second half of the year than him at this point. But there's still time to put that right. Who's the favourite for Lakeside right now?
Well, you would say Wesley Brazier, but he's probably not going to be there.
I don't think he's going to be there.
125.
Not with the amount of money he's
Moreno,
amassed.
You require 118.
Triple 20, double 19. Oh, beautiful
Game's
from
on
Blom.
Third leg.
A
Moreno
ton
Blom.
topper for Moreno to move 2-1 in front.
Fourth leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
That is his biggest finish of the week. I'm not sure he's going to lose today. I think he just seems like someone who has a point to prove after
100.
yesterday. And if he wins all 5 today after losing all 5 yesterday, what do we learn about him?
108.
We learn that you can put him down, but he can get up. Now, it's that line in Batman, isn't it? Batman Begins. Why do we fall? So we can learn to get up.
Well, Blom is getting back up off the
41.
canvas here and beginning to hit his stride. Now, he's actually 13th in the Lakeside race. Now,
59.
if we assume that Wesley Brazier is probably going to be at Ali Pali, he goes up to 12 at least. I'm looking at that list, and there's one name that screams to me in terms of Lakeside contender.
You're going to say Ben Robb, aren't you?
Yes, 100%.
He's not currently world number 1, is he?
No, Neil Duff's currently taking that
97.
tag from him.
Yeah, we were ribbing Ben Robb in Frankfurt at the PDC World Cup saying, how's the world number 1 today? And he's just big smile, blushing a little bit, and Damon Heta was giving him a little bit of
58.
roasting as well. But I think Ben's a great shout.
Jimmy Van Schie could be a possible outsider because we know how he reacts in front of a crowd. And he'll play the first weekend, so he'll play in front of a fair crowd on the Saturday and Sunday. And if the draw works in the right direction, he could be a real danger. I
40.
wonder what about our good friend Matthew Edgar. Because he's saying that in practice, things are going very well at the minute.
100.
Things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think Matt has been revolutionised by a change in regime. And I'm not just talking about equipment. I'm talking about the entire approach. It's almost like Matthew Edgar 2.0. It's really great to see.
28. Moreno, you
Looking good,
require
feeling
24.
good, playing good. Moreno's looking good, feeling
Game
good, and
shot
playing
of
good
fourth
here.
leg.
Go
Moreno
through the
Blom.
gears. Now, earlier on today, Moreno Blom broke a record for most missed darts in a game, 28.
Fifth
in this
leg,
game,
it's
he's
Moreno
3 from
to
3,
throw
including a
for.
ton plus checkout. Please, Mr. Nicholson, try and analyse that.
57.
Darts is mad.
This is the same group where a guy could win it with a minus legs difference.
I'll tell you what this group is doing.
100.
It's taking everything I know about darts and doing something on top of the thing that's on the shirt
140.
of Stefan Henderyck. You know that old saying that we can't say on the air because it's got a blue connotation. It's like someone's urinating on my potatoes. But I am finding it really difficult to figure this
60.
table out. It is genuinely baffling.
98.
You mustn't have heard my joke about this fixture from yesterday. What would you get if Simon Adams played against Blom in October in Leicester? you'd get the Saint Marino at the Grand Prix.
Ah, okay, I get that.
You like a bit of F1. I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
100.
I wish I wasn't on the pedalo now to hear it yesterday.
Blom for 4-1 is a possibility. And his leg difference, get this, could go to +9, which is 9 better than the person who was 2 positions ahead of him.
But also importantly,
66.
8 ahead of Henderyck,
Moreno, you
which
require
remember,
106.
only 8 can be overturned in the last round of a group. And so if he can get this
52.
job done,
Simon, you
he
require
puts himself in a
135.
fantastic position.
135 was hit by Adams in his first game of the week. He started with a 25. He gets that. But the 60 is not found. So it's match point Blom.
86. Moreno, you require
Group
54.
B point Blom potentially because of the margin of victory and put him almost there. Tots of the win. Double 10 doesn't
34.
go.
Simon, you require 49.
When they hit the board, they were a little wobbly. Double 16. Finds that
Shot on
one.
the fifth leg. Simon
The
Adams.
doubles over the last couple of days have not been great from Adams, but on this occasion, he's perfect.
Breaks back, brings
Sixth
it back to
leg, it's
3-2.
Simon to throw
And we know
first.
how many times a game like this can swing, where a player has darts to win it
Game on.
4-1, gets broken, brings it back to 3-2, and then suddenly we could be drawn into a last leg decider.
You were looking at the WDF ranking table just now. I noticed the name of Liam Mendel-Lawrence on that list. We found out earlier this week that he shares his birthday with
95.
Ricky Evans.
Oh, isn't there an irony?
It's the ultimate darting irony.
140.
Who do you share your birthday with?
Philip Douglas Taylor.
Seriously?
Seriously, August 13th.
I share mine with Wayne Mardell. Sorry, Wayne.
Although you'll also be pleased with the fact that my birthday's also
36.
shared with, well, one Newcastle legend, one not so much Newcastle legend.
Who's the Newcastle legend?
Alan Shearer.
140.
Definitely a legend.
Michael Owen's the probably non-hero. How would you
I'm
do?
just going to stay quiet because I know he's a good friend of Mark Webster's. But I have a very, very, very strong opinion about Michael Owen, as does
85.
many a Newcastle fan. Anyway, Blom has already missed a chance to win this match. He should get another. And that's
90.
a lovely last dart.
Since he should get a couple of goes from here. Or maybe he won't.
That's one of the difficulties of wearing glasses in hot conditions. Sometimes they can slip. If you're not comfortable, step off and start again.
81. Moreno, you
All fell
require
apart after dart 1,
131.
and so Blom back for 1-3-1. A couple of bites of the match-winning
57.
cherry.
Hasn't been a great game, but Simon's been playing to type, averaging 76. Blom has gone up that notch today. After averaging 82 and change yesterday, he has gone up towards the high end of the 80s most of the time.
100.
And this is the type of
Moreno, you
level that
require
we
74.
begin to expect of a player of this quality on a consistent basis. Tops of the win. And that would have been for 4 from 4. But now he's
Simon, you
missing
require
darts to win the match in
104.
successive legs. Missing opportunities to win the match in successive legs. And suddenly here, Adams could haul his way into a last leg decider if he can pin the 104.
Blom is thinking to himself, don't you dare.
72.
And he doesn't dare.
Moreno, you require
This is
40.
for a double. Do you dare?
It's for a 4th win from 4. Great marker. But he cannot
score.
use it, and he is spurning
Simon, you
opportunity
require
after
32.
opportunity here, Moreno Blom.
The only darts he's missed in this match have been to win the match. Two eights. And Simon Adams is taking us to leg 7. And we know that Blom loves a 7th leg.
7 from final
suddenly
leg.
what looked so
Moreno
good
to
could
throw
suddenly
first.
feel so sickening for Moreno. All the hard work they put in at the beginning of the day could unravel in the
93.
space of 501 points.
Well, I wonder how he's feeling right now, Henry, because he played 5 best-of-7 matches on Monday, 5 best-of-7 matches yesterday. Let's not forget the practice in between and before. Then he plays a local tournament last night.
140.
This is a lot of darts to cram into 3 days.
Top of 4 dev tours at the weekend.
58.
Play the Friday, say didn't play the Sunday.
That is a lot of darts. It's one of the things that Thomas Banks was talking about this morning. He played the dev tour. Coming down here, you're feeling a bit jaded from it.
100.
It can have an effect. And look at what Adams is finding in the 7th leg. Predominantly,
100.
he does play his best darts in the 7th leg.
That dart one of Moreno there was very precarious. It was teetering on a tightrope. And he's teetering on a tightrope here in terms of keeping himself in the Group B race.
60.
Because he was the favourite at the beginning of this round, particularly with the fixtures that he had. But suddenly the ball may well be in the court of Stefan Henderyck, although he does have to play Tom Lonsdale last. That might be a favourable draw today, the way Tom's playing.
Now he has to stay up top.
55.
Just shy.
Moreno, you require 154.
What he would give just to get this done. That doesn't help. That entire
26.
visit,
Simon, you
for me,
require
all 3 darts came out of the hand
146.
just a bit weak.
It's all gone wrong from 3-1 up for Moreno. Blom and Adams can step in here if he can find the 146. He's not going to, but he has the chance to leave it far more makeable. He is going to leave it far more makeable. And so Blom here is going to need a bolt out the blue.
94.
He had a 118 early on in the
Moreno,
game.
you require
You sense he's going to need the
128.
128 here.
80.
It's not up to
Simon,
him
you
anymore.
require 52.
He cannot believe how this game has gone. And Adams could nick it.
Tots of the match. Bends the wire with dart 1. Finds
Good
it
shot.
with
And the
dart
match,
2.
Simon
And
Adams.
Simon Adams gets the better of Moreno Blom in a last leg decider. Blom, who'd led 3-1, looked in great stead in that contest. Looked like he was in a great position to progress through to Group B, or at least have it in his hands going into the final round of matches. But Simon Adams has put himself now on to 12 points in the group. The tail of the tape looks as follows. Blom with the 118, but the only 6 darts he missed at a double was to win the match. Adams, a 4-3 winner, coming up after the break. Tom Lonsdale can guarantee his passage through to Saturday night's final if he beats Stefan Henderyck.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 4 rounds from 5 on this Wednesday afternoon. Before the break, Simon Adams got the better of Moreno Blom 4-3. Stefan Henderyck got the better of Thomas Banks 4-1. And Conor Heneghan beat Tom Lonsdale by 4 legs to 0. This is how the table looks. Tom Lonsdale in control of his destiny. 18 points to his name. 0 legs difference. Very weird, but that's just been the kind of tail of the group. A win in this game against Stefan Henderyck, he will be through, but Henderyck wins this one, he'll be on to 16 points, and he would be insurpassable of Moreno Blom, and it would mean that we would know who would be in the top 3. We'd just have to finalise whether Heneghan would be able to get the jump on Lonsdale against Simon Adams. But for Lonsdale, well, this is his moment to send himself into the finals on Saturday. The man from Bridgewater, who's had success on the ADC circuit. He's shown glimpses of his brilliance here on the Super Series stage, and it would be a massive step in the right direction if he was able to taste Group A glory in this one. But Paul Nicholson, he should be put on notice, because Stefan in his game against Thomas Banks put in a very good performance.
Didn't he just? Best performance this week by a stretch for Stefan.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
So we could say playing Stefan right now is the wrong time to be playing him. Especially if he finds that form again.
97.
But curiously, you think this group is weird? Would you like a little bit more weird?
I don't know.
The
100.
opponent of Henderyck in that previous match, Banks, had the biggest average of the week, and he lost. 99.66 is the biggest average we've seen throughout the 42 matches we've seen so far. And it lost
26.
the match.
Can we just check there's not like a UFO or space saucer flying above the Modus Live Lounge? Because there's been some creepy ET-like
25.
things going on here this week.
Beam me up, Tommy. He knows exactly what's on the line here.
140.
He's very passionate about the sport, is Tom. And I love what you said just now.
121.
Winning this group would be a perfect step in the next direction for him. That direction is never certain. You always want it to
65.
be forward, but sometimes it's a bit more lateral. Sometimes you have to take a step back to go forward.
140.
That's what Adrian Lewis has put in a statement today, apparently.
170.
Well, we've been speaking about the fish all day, but Lonsdale isn't going to net it here. So Hendryck's got the chance
44.
to hold throw if he can
Stefan, you require 60.
take out this 60 to move 1-0 to the good. Just pose those questions of Lonsdale. One more, double 10.
46.
And that last
Time
one
you
was
require
very wild.
126.
Another for double 6. Just what the
Game shot on
doctor ordered.
First leg, Tom Lonsdale.
Break of throw in the first leg. But the
Second
reason he
leg,
got
it's Tom
that
to go
shot is
first.
because Stefan
Game on.
Henderyck has been next door more than Pat Mustard. It's happened so many times. He's gone hit
101.
double 5, going for double top. He's hit 6s, going for 10s. It's happened a lot this week.
100.
And the timing of Tom Lonsdale's big finishes have been key. He's had 3 ton plus checkouts. One of them, the 1-2-8, was to win the match against
139.
Simon Adams after Adams missed match darts. And that 1-2-6 could well set the wheels in motion for him to go on and win this group.
140.
Remember, he lost his last game against Conor Heneghan 4-0, averaging sub 80 in that contest. Well, whatever dip he had in that contest, he's turning around to some degree
139.
here. Averaging just under 98 coming towards the end of leg 2.
He does have
100.
the best average this week
Time you require
in a win.
122.
Shade over 98. And double top.
Game shot on the
Beautiful.
second leg, Tom
Absolutely
Lonsdale.
stunning. What a way to set up a possible match-winning
Third leg,
opportunity.
it's Stefan to throw first.
If he wins the next leg or the
Game
leg
on.
after that, he's got himself some breathing space to get over the line. And there would be nothing
97.
that Heneghan could do about it when he plays Adams after this.
60.
What's it we say about good players that when it comes to the crunch, they find their best? This is crunch time. It is, you feel, because of Heneghan's opponent, now or never for Lonsdale.
140.
And he is finding his best darts here.
He is. If you play your best darts when it means the
40.
most, that says something about you. But there's something else going on with this fixture. If Lonsdale wins and wins the group,
60.
it does open up the possibility that Banks could get number 3 spot. However, he's got to be in range
43.
with leg difference, which means that Lonsdale's going to have to win this one by a long way.
78.
It's going to have to be 4-0 if Banks has got a chance of getting 3rd spot.
Because Henderyck could be on -3, 46 legs 1.
135.
Banks can't catch on legs 1, and so he'd
Stefan,
need
you
the
require
4-0 win to put him on to
126.
-2.
And then he'd have to beat Blom 4-0.
59.
Well, if that happens, that game's going to be done in the blink of an eye.
Either way, it will be.
100.
Can Henderyck
Stefan, you require 67.
inch a bit closer to a possible Group B spot? Double 8.
Game shot on the
Very,
third
very
leg,
good.
Stefan Henderyck.
And we believe now
Fourth
that
leg,
Thomas
it's Tom
Banks,
to throw first. Game on.
at best, is teetering right on the edge.
83.
Or is he out of Group B contention already?
Well, the best Banks can get to is -2 legs difference, and with 42
100.
legs on the board. Stefan Henderyck loses this game 4-1. He'd be on -2. However, he'd have 47 legs on the
60.
board. So Banks is done.
Banks is now in Group C alongside Simon Adams. Moreno Blom, with that superior leg difference in
95.
4th spot, can still catch Henderyck if he loses.
59.
Now that is something we've been talking about for the last 2 legs, when in fact it's the opponent of Henderyck who's trying to win the group.
Well, if Henderyck loses this game, it's knockout for Moreno. He
83.
wins it, he's in B. He loses it, he's in C. It's as simple as that, which is probably the easiest scenario for any player to conjure up. But Henderyck is on the comeback charge here. Lonsdale took at those
59.
2-ton plus checkouts, was motoring along quite nicely into a 2-0 lead. It's just stalled a little bit here, and it's opened up the door here for the Belgian.
100.
And if he wins this leg, he'll get his throwback at 2-2.
Yeah, Lonsdale's definitely slowed down here
86.
scoring-wise.
Stefan, you require 123.
He's gone from a 98 average to an 86.
Game shot on a
Beautiful
fourth
once
leg,
again.
Stefan
A 3rd ton
Henderyck.
plus checkout in 4 legs. And they're not Little ones? These
Fifth
are
leg,
tricky
it's
shots.
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Well, 1-2-6, 1-2-2, and 1-2-3 have all been taken out in this contest.
96.
Hands up, everybody. Who thought that Stefan Henderyck was going to get into Group B at the start of yesterday?
135.
Not me. I think the reports coming out of the Netherlands and Belgium that this guy's pretty
60.
useful. I think we're starting to understand why they're saying that.
Well, it's good to know you got the good sources in the right places.
40.
Ketchup next to the mayo.
I'm not getting into this debate.
96.
Dare I tell you that I put ketchup and mayo in a burger together a couple of weeks ago?
That's just wrong. Although,
93.
the cook that I am, you can actually make a really good burger sauce with both of them. You put the mayo in, you add
59.
the hot sauce after that and the mustard. And maybe a tiny bit of ketchup, and it makes a really good burger sauce with salt and pepper. So that's a free cooking lesson for everybody.
57.
Right now, what Stefan's looking to do to Tom is mash him up.
Well, at the moment, Lonsdale could well be fried.
95.
If he loses this match to the Belgian,
81.
he needs
Stefan, you require 95.
Simon Adams to do him a favour against Heneghan. Double
Game
top,
shot on the
another
fifth
big
leg,
finish.
Stefan
It's not a
Henderyck.
tumplers finish, but it's just as impressive. Bull 5 tops. This guy can finish.
Sixth leg, it's Tom to throw first.
And when he was
Game
2-0
on.
down, we all thought, well, Lonsdale's going to get it done, isn't he? He's very far from getting it done now.
If anything, you'd say
83.
that the ascendancy swings back in the favour of Conor Heneghan. Because even if Lonsdale levels up at 3-3, he's got to find a break in the last leg.
93.
You said earlier on today that this group could be won on 18 points, which is the fewest amount of points to have won a Group A before.
45.
Is that going to be the case again?
140.
He could also win the group with a minus legs difference. It's just laughable. It's laughable.
It doesn't make sense.
100.
Just when you think, I mean, we've been coming here for 2 years, Henry,
98.
in about a month's time. And we keep saying we think we've seen it all. No, we haven't.
55. Stefan, you require 170.
And suddenly, Lonsdale is on the back foot. Henderyck was looking for the fish.
98.
He's going to set up, leaving himself on 72 for the match. It will qualify him for B. It would consign Moreno Blom to C.
96. Stefan, you require
And it would mean
72.
Conor Heneghan has the ball in his court for the match. Double 18 is
Big shot.
found.
And the match,
And Stefan Henderyck is going to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And it now means that Conor Heneghan has his opportunity to win the group. Tom Lonsdale has spurned his chance. Conor Heneghan will get his go after the break. He'll take on Simon Adams, but Stefan Henderyck, a 4-2 winner against Tom Lonsdale, doing so with a 91 average. Lonsdale going 2-0 to the good with back-to-back ton plus checkouts. But coming up after the break, Heneghan can confirm his place through if he beats Simon Adams.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Front
Giants Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group is now suddenly in that man's hands, Conor Heneghan. If he beats Simon Adams in game 14 of 15, he has won Group A, which at one point today looked like was going to be an insurmountable task. However, each of the top two have had pretty much a disastrous day, but Heneghan getting the better of Tom Lonsdale, 4-0 in game 10, opened up the door for him to potentially have a shout. And then before the break, he saw his rival at the top, Tom Lonsdale, lose to Stefan Henderyck by 4 legs to 2. And now, if he can beat the Saint, Simon Adams, he will be back through for another joust at Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. He made it through to Champions Week last time. He made it through to Champions Night last time. Did Conor Heneghan. He would be back in the conversation again if he can win this game.
Yeah, win this match, and it will be 8 qualifying campaigns, 8 Saturday nights, and then you can add that Champions Week, making it 9 from 9 when it comes to Super Series weeks.
108.
Looks like he's in the mood.
How he switched on over the last game and a half, because there was a real worry at the midway point of the day after his first 3 games. It was just all falling away for Heneghan. But it just seems like as the finishing line has approached him, as the trepidation and danger has lurked in, has his performances gone on the incline.
100.
You and I have been looking at the table thinking it doesn't make sense. How about this one? Tom Lonsdale has had 30 darts at a double all day. Marino Blom had 2 more than that in game 2. Welcome to Wednesday, the 31st of July, 2024, where darts doesn't make sense.
134.
It's like we've stepped into the other side. Or the upside down in Stranger Things.
55. Conor, you require 87.
Well, this for leg 1, and importantly as well for Heneghan to break your throat.
Calculated gamble. That's happening a bit more these days, isn't
32.
it?
Simon, you require 156.
Took his eye off the ball there. Missed his single. Telling himself off for it.
Because the calculated gamble has now become as it would have been before. Pretty much the status quo, because he's going to have to burn a dart
55.
before getting a couple of goes at a double, and the double of choice will be tops. And Hino leads. He takes the first leg, does the Irishman with the break, and he'll feel like he's got control of this match.
Second
I
leg,
like a bit of synchronized water drinking. I don't know where to put them, though.
Game on.
Need to go back to your training. It's up, back, down, and place.
I've learned that from many a slug and lettuce over the years.
That poor lettuce.
85.
It can't really have gone much better in the first leg. He's broken the throw. Now he just needs to hold.
85.
Leg difference doesn't make any difference. But based on probability, form numbers,
134.
every metric you can possibly think of, Heneghan wins this game. The only thing that stops that is the X factor that is the man called Simon Adams, who
140.
sometimes just has this knack of finding a way, like he did against Blom in game 12, because he really shouldn't have won that match.
And Moreno Blom will be
140.
chastising himself for that, because that has ultimately cost him his spot in Group B tomorrow and Friday night.
He's got a pretty good record in Group C, though.
140.
Been there before.
Conor,
Been
you
through it
require
before.
142.
Now, that was supposed to be for a 25-er ball,
92.
but that last start cures
Simon,
the
you
ails.
require 136.
Boy, this would hurt. Double 8. And the Saint almost
120.
sinned Conor
Conor,
Heneghan
you
there.
require 50.
Looked almost surprised that he hit the second 60. Double top.
10.
That first start
Simon, you
was
require 16.
not good. He couldn't really find the range after that one.
Double 4. Doesn't
12.
go, and Heneghan's going to get another
Conor, you
couple of darts
require
at tops.
40.
He's going to get another visit worth at tops to open up a 2-0 lead. He's needed chances to get this leg won. Luckily for him, Adams is giving him those chances, giving him them opportunities. But he passes
35.
by another on double
Simon,
5,
you
and look
require
at his
4.
face. He is incandescent.
That's a cracking marker. Can he go over the top of it? Oh,
No
he can't
score.
skid off the top.
Conor, you require 5.
Now, this is where you want a big, fat, juicy 1. Or double 1 again. Oh,
No
it was
score.
almost perfect.
Simon, you require 4.
Troubles on the doubles. And now Adams is heading up for the madhouse, but he
Game shot on his
finds the
second
double
leg.
1
Simon
to
Adams.
level up at 1-1. And that was 2 hands palmed
Third
together
leg,
that Conor
Simon
Heneghan
should
didn't
go
want to see.
first. Game on.
Well, he definitely let that leg slip. No point pussyfooting around that. He had his chances, he missed them, you move on.
100.
Must be crazy if you want to be a dart player these days.
140.
Think about the mental journeys you go through. The successes are fabulous. But you have to soak up defeat more often than not.
100.
And everybody needs to learn from Michael van Gerwen. Because in the last 50 years, nobody has taken defeat on the
57.
chin better than him. And nobody has been more graceful when it comes to approaching the process of accepting defeat. Has he ever blamed
85.
anybody else? Has he ever had an excuse? No, he always says, if I miss, it's my fault.
96.
Every dart player should be like that. But because we're human, we automatically look for excuses, the most of us. There is no excuse.
45.
Matthew Edgar always mentions the phrase, should have won that game, should have won that leg.
Could have.
58.
Because you didn't.
I was told as a youngster that if you lose a match, you soak it up and you try and get them the next time. I once said that to an old county pal of mine. He beat me in Super League and I said, I'll get you the next time. He laughed and I did. It's amazing what you remember 25 years later.
I'll let you know when I'm
96.
25.
Give over.
Simon, you require 126.
We've seen one of these quite recently. From someone who's lost.
101. Connor, you require
Heneghan
54.
turned his back as soon as Simon Adams had a poke at the bullseye. He could not watch, and now he cannot miss. But it's the big number that goes awry. And so it's only going to be one dart at tops.
34.
And it's beginning
Simon, you
to
require
discombobulate
25.
for Connor Heneghan here.
This is the kind of game that Simon's been winning this week. But
No
not
score.
with shots like that.
Connor, you require 20.
Heneghan just composes himself in the background.
If he's angry at himself right now, he's got to temper that. He's got to be at ease with himself and just move on. It's harder for some people than others, but he has got a lead.
Connor Heneghan.
There's one thing we know from Connor Heneghan is he does have an edge, and sometimes he does
Fourth leg. It's Connor to
allow
throw
that
first.
impatience to
Game on.
come through, that frustration to come through. But it's a player like Connor, they have to channel it in the right way, because actually that edge can be the
83.
thing that spurs them on, that thing that gives them the extra 5%, but it can work counterintuitively.
Absolutely. You can say that about quite a few people. And on the other side of the coin, there are some
81.
people who do not have that little bit of edge, and they could probably use it. It's better,
135.
but it's still finding that lateral drift to the left. Now, I'll be interested to see what he does on 283 here, because this is one of those numbers on approach
31.
that a lot of people think it should be 19s. Think about it. 7 19s leaves 6 19s for double 18s, so you can
140.
concentrate on 2 targets. He decided to stay up top. It's not the wrong thing to do, it's just a different thing to do.
45. Connor, you require 143.
He's got time and space in this leg.
100.
Great find with dart 3. Leaves himself on a single to double combo after 12. And if he wins this leg, he'll be one away from making it through to Saturday night.
I think it's fair to say that Tom Lonsdale at the minute's got that sinking feeling.
23.
You just
Connor, you
don't see enough
require
resistance coming
43.
back from the South African. Double 16.
11.
It's not really that close, and you can see how he feels about it. He's staring down that dartboard like it's going to relent. It's going to stay exactly where it is, Connor.
I just get a fear that Simon Adams is just beginning to run out of the
82.
reserves, that the
Connor, you
petrol
require
tank is
32.
neared empty. As
Yeah,
Heneghan
John of
steps
fourth
forward for the
leg,
double
Connor
16.
Heneghan.
And the man from round 40 is 3-1 up and a leg away.
Fifth leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
I'm with you, Henry. I think Simon is starting to play on vapor here.
45.
Even the walk down the oche feels a little bit more labour for him. Everything's just
87.
kind of grinding a little bit to a halt.
This is why, when you're training for something like this, or a Q school, or a very long tournament, you have to subscribe to the 20% rule. If you want to be more comfortable playing long days,
15.
long formats, you employ an extra 20% into your practice regime. So if you practice for, let's say, 2 hours on the
81.
dartboard, and you want to improve for longer formats, how long do you have to put on the end for an extra 20%? 24 minutes.
You look last week with Connor Scott. He's a player that's subscribed where he plays whenever there's an opportunity and there's a dartboard there. And there's no surprise that he broke the Group A win the week train. Or change, shall I say.
You know, when you see those videos on YouTube of cats who are almost pedaling a bike when they're asleep.
60.
That's what Connor Scott's like when he throws darts when he's asleep. Don't be surprised. He practices more than anybody I know.
Can't wait till he finds out that we've just called Connor Scott a cat on a bike.
I've said worse things about other people.
100.
Now, Hino here is 6 darts away from winning this group after what can only be described as a topsy-turvy 3 days.
57.
However, he's no longer the favourite to win this leg because he comes up dry there and Simon Adams suddenly has 6 from 226. And just as he worked his way back into this leg on throw, is he passing the baton back to
95.
Heneghan, but that's a big find with dart 3.
$140.
You may sense
Simon,
he's
you
almost
require
there.
131. $57.
This is a
Simon, you
chance
require 76.
to be the winner of Group A. And he knows it.
Game shot and the match. Connor
That man
Heneghan.
right there has won Group A. It was very hard work, but by virtue of the leg difference that he has over Tom Lonsdale, Connor Heneghan, the favourite for the week and the favourite for the group indeed, has now got to 18 points and doesn't have to throw another dart until Saturday. This is how he did it. Not a great deal of resistance coming back from his opponent. He did just about enough. And there it is, 83.33 with 25% on the doubles. Stuff to work on, but his job is done in Group A. Connor, we'll see you on Saturday.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Where I'm joined downstairs by Heneghan. Realistically, do you think at the midway point of the day that we're going to have this conversation right now?
No, not really. After I lost to Moreno, I thought I was gone, but look, I persevered already and then just kept going.
Usually I like to ask players, what do you think happened today that swung things in your favour? It felt like that Lonsdale game, that Tom Lonsdale game, that 4-0 was a massive step in the right direction.
Yeah, beating Tom again 4-0 put him more under pressure than it did me, because he knew he had to win, whereas I knew if he lost in after that, then I had to win. So he was under pressure more than I was at the time. So lucky enough it went in my way.
Honestly, was there a point today where you thought you blew it?
I didn't play well at all this week. It's just the worst week I've had, I think, since I've been here. Just the way it's gone. But then again, look, I've still got through. So shows I'm doing okay in certain things. But then just the way I don't know, the way it's going, it's just so bad. But Saturday night, hopefully it'll be different.
What does it say about yourself and the fact that you feel like you've played nowhere near your best, but yet were still able to qualify?
Yeah, like I've been in every game this week. Like no one's bet me 4-0 or like I've been playing that bad. But you know, like yesterday, I think I lost 4-3, 4-3, 4-3. So my leg difference was so high. I knew coming in today after beating Tom yesterday 4-0 that was a big change, and it turned out to be a big change. So thanks.
8 from 8 now in terms of qualifying through to Saturday. It's the fact that you got through to a Champions League, the fact you got through to a Champions Night as well last time, does that change the expectations for you? And do you feel like maybe there is an extra expectation on your shoulders now to maybe take that next kick in your career?
Yeah, like I think anytime I come in here, I should be winning. I'd say 90% of the people that come here think they should be winning. So that's a good way to have it. Like last time I came, won, did well in Champions Week. Unfortunately, it didn't go my way on the night. Then when I got to the finals night. But look, we move on. We're here again, and we'll see how it happens.
And just quickly, what are you going to do with the 2 days off?
I don't know. Rest. It's so warm over here. Like Irish weather, it's raining every day of the week. Over here, it's hard to sleep here. Stephen, my friend, is coming over on Friday, so that'll be a day together or whatever. Like we'll do something, but. Yeah, just rest, I suppose, and see what happens.
Don't worry, puts us in the right place at this time of year. Well, Colin, many congratulations.
Thank you.
See you Saturday night. One more game to go. It's Blom, it's Banks, and I'm going to join Nico.
I hope he is. Get yourself up the stairs, Henry, because congratulations to Conor Heneghan, who, in his own words, has not played well this week, but has still got the job done. And this game might be finished by the time that Henry makes it up the stairs, because it was that quick yesterday and the day before that this game should really be done before 2 o'clock this afternoon.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Today has been incredibly entertaining for many different reasons, but when you've got these two speedsters going
55.
to Group C, that tells you a lot of what you need to know.
82.
Yesterday, Banks banked 8 points from a possible 10.
180.
It hasn't been as good a day today, although he has played some very
96.
decent darts. As for Moreno, he's looking to get 8 from 10.
119.
But in order to do that, he must beat Banks.
36.
And in
Thomas
true
require
Banks and Blom
147.
style, this one is rapid.
107.
I suppose that's one way to set up tops.
60.
There was a
Thomas
possibility
require
of this,
40.
you know. With them both knowing where they're going, it could be full-on exhibition
Shot of
mode
first leg,
as Banks
Thomas Banks.
takes the first leg in 15 darts.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
The winner of this game
58.
is going to be 4th in the table.
140.
Both Banks and Blom are on 12 points as it stands.
58.
Doesn't really make that much difference. But where you finish in the table does stipulate
40.
where you play in Group C. as to which fixtures you get. Will you start in game 1? Or possibly get game 3 or game 2. It doesn't make any difference to these guys.
$140.
Now, this has been the fixture that Thomas Banks has been more comfortable with this week. He's beaten Moreno twice.
98.
He would love to have that psychological advantage going into Group C, that's for sure.
45.
Tell you what, it has been quick, hasn't it?
I was saying you weren't going to make it back for the end of this match.
100.
That's how quick this is.
You require 100.
Tops for Moreno to level up. Not to
60.
be, and so Banks will
require 80.
return for the 80. If he pins his first dart,
40.
we could have been on for record pace territory.
40. Gave Shana's second
But
leg.
Blom finds the double 10 to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Look on the bright side, we're going to get at least 5 legs in this one.
To throw first.
Interesting interview with Conor Heneghan there.
44.
I think he did the right thing in acknowledging that he hasn't played well. Nowhere near his best.
100.
But what does it say about a person when they can win a group without their best, especially when the Super Series is getting stronger every series? His record now is one of the most impressive we've ever seen. 8 series,
100.
8 Saturdays.
It's a record you can't grumble against. And actually, when he walked into the room as Banks hits his second max of the match, when he walked into the room, he exhaled and puffed out and was pretty much stunned that he was even in the position to go through because, as you mentioned, in the middle of the day, he thought it was gone.
You require 161.
This leg could be gone, thanks to Thomas.
61.
He's looking
Thomas,
for a 5-visit win.
40.
And it had to be on 5s, didn't it?
Thomas Banks.
3 legs played in 3 minutes
Moreno
and
to
58
throw
seconds.
That's about right. They're right on pace. In fact, they're just ahead
81.
of pace. I think their average leg length is about 90 seconds.
125. 96.
This is the kind of game that the younger generation want to see, right? They want fast. They want no thinking. They want
140.
basic artificial intelligence darts. They don't have to think because they know exactly what they're going for before they throw a dart.
60.
Before they've even towed the hockey.
Well, put it this way, over half of Gen Z don't watch conventional terrestrial television on a
140.
weekly basis. They like their viewership in a more fast-paced way, and how can we get more fast-paced than
60.
this?
Thomas, you
I'm
require
not sure
96.
we can. Double 18.
87.
Double mistake. You're absolutely right, by the way. I was visiting some young relatives
96.
up in
Thomas,
the
you require
northwest,
9.
and at no point did my little 7-year-old niece want to watch
John of
TV. She wanted to
Fourflag,
watch
Thomas
YouTube.
Banks.
Tried to get her to watch this. She wasn't having any of it. More fool her. Well,
Fifth
she's only
leg, it's
7.
Thomas to throw first.
And this is best of 7, and it might be over in 5.
140.
Top 40 for Banks closing in. It's been a day which really has improved towards the end for
55.
Thomas Banks. Averaged 99.66 in that defeat to Henderyck, averaging 97 here, and that number's going to go up as a result of his third max of the match. Haven't had a ton plus average in this Group A. Maybe we're saving the best until
58.
last. And Moreno Blom has been caught up in a bulldog tornado.
95.
Is that something like a Sharknado? That's Hollywood on the phone. They've just said, oh, we're going to make that movie
140.
next.
Thomas, you require 86.
He's been caught in a twisters.
30.
That was for double 17 tops. Earlier in the match, you probably didn't see it, Henry, because you were making your way up the stairs. But he tried to go tops
Thomas,
bull
you require 56.
with his last 2 darts. Here, it's 16 tops.
It's double
No
10,
score.
which didn't go And if so, we would have had one of the quickest 5-leg matches ever. The fastest actually does belong to Moreno Blom. You won't be surprised his opponent was Danny Lauby. It took 6 minutes and 1 second to complete 5 legs.
56.
Tops the banks. Double 10.
36.
Oh, this game may well go on. And again, it's another dart miss low.
I'm going to have to start calling him Limbo if he keeps missing darts low.
And again, it's low. And now that looks completely blocked. What can he see and what can he find of that? Oh, that's a superb dart. It's a superb way to finish his campaign. Thomas Banks gets the better of Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 1 to round off Group A. Well, both of these players will finish up in Group C on Thursday and Friday, but Banks getting the better of Blom by 4 legs to 1, who at one point looked the favourite to be in B, but he finishes 5th at the table. But it is, in the end, Conor Heneghan who's the man who wins Group A, just about from Tom Lonsdale. Right, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to try and sum up what has been an unsummatable group after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've had a real crazy Group A campaign which has come to a culmination. Conor Heneghan, who was the favourite before a dart was thrown, went on to win it, but it really wasn't as easy as that. Myself and Paul Newman's been watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we have seen today. These are the results from our 15 matches, and well, really it all began when Moreno Blom beat Tom Lonsdale 4-2 and Conor Heneghan lost 4-2 to Stefan Henderyck. Did the crazy day begin?
Yeah, I think Lonsdale is going to go back to his accommodation in the next few minutes thinking, I let that slip. And the way he performs over the next 2 days is going to tell us how he bounces back. He had his invite. I think he's had his chance, but what I don't want for Tom from this point is to come back here and think that he's missed his chance of making Saturday. He does have a second chance in Group B, which is ultimately a lot easier than through Group C. But yeah, that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. And some people have put Tom into that position, and Conor Heneghan was the benefactor.
Well, it's his defeat to Stefan Henderyck which really put him in the hole. That was the defeat that ultimately gave Conor Heneghan the opportunity to go and win the group. And Lonsdale was 2-0 up in that match. A couple of ton-plus checkouts, and Henderyck just went on a 4-leg spurt, and Lonsdale had no response.
We said before that match took place that it was the wrong time to be playing Stefan because he was just starting to find his best game, and he played his 2 best games in his last 2 matches. So watch out, Group B. He could be a bit of a thorn on the side of some of the players, but yeah, I'm sure at 2-0 up when he's had the 2 ton-plus checkouts, he's thinking, this is mine now. But it all seemed to fall apart from that point.
You mentioned that Tom's got to find a way of regrouping and saying that there is a second opportunity. How does he best do that?
Be honest with yourself. Write down or say to yourself in the mirror, how did I feel under these circumstances? And what do I do to improve that? Sometimes the worst thing you can do is just turn up and expect different results with the same mentality. You've got to make these little changes. If he's not comfortable with how he was in pressure situations today, talk to somebody about it and then feel stronger for the next day.
Well, it's Conor Heneghan who went on to win the group in the end, getting the better of Simon Adams. You felt today he never really felt comfortable at any point, but did enough to get over the line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he felt pretty comfortable against Tom Lonsdale, didn't he? His main rival in this group, especially over the last couple of days. I mean, what is it? He's won the majority of the legs over the last 2.5 days against him. But against Adams, you just felt like the South Africans' chance of putting Lonsdale through, that was early in the match when Conor was really struggling. Towards the end of that match, he really started to find way too much for Simon, and ultimately he's got to go to Group C, whereas Conor we're not going to see until Saturday.
Will the 2 days off be a benefit in the fact that he can just forget what's happened, just go back, he's going to have a friend come over for a couple of days, he can just chill out, almost forget about what's happened, and then when it comes to Saturday, it has a brand new, fresh feel in the tournament?
Potentially. I think it depends on approach. You look at someone like Jim McEwen, he will search out a practice board and just go and hammer it. Connor Scott is another great example of this, someone who was here very recently. But if you feel like you aren't at your energized best and you feel that rest is going to be key, you've got to rest properly. He's referenced that you can't sleep properly in his accommodation wherever he is because it's very warm. Do something about it. Don't just sit there and think that it's going to happen. Do something about it. If you're in a hotel room that's not very well ventilated, either change your hotel room or go and buy a fan and then feel better for Saturday where you can win a lot of money and a place in Champions Week again.
Waterbeds are very good in this type of weather as well, may I say. Anyway, I'm not going to go on the Argos.
I'm not going to ask how you know that.
I'm a middle-aged man trapped in a 23-year-old's body. Right, let's go and have a look at the table then, following the end of Group A. Conor Heneghan winning it in the end from Tom Lonsdale. But to be perfectly honest, none of this group makes any sense whatsoever, apart from the fact that if you looked at the table, Heneghan was the rightful winner.
Yeah, I think in a sense you could say that because he's won the most legs. I mean, we are going really deep with this. But that possibility of Lonsdale winning this group with a negative leg difference, no way. I mean, now we know it's possible because it could have happened. But if you'd have said that to me on Monday morning at 9:25, I would have said, not a chance. Because we've seen people win groups like this with leg difference plus 30 and more. So to see that happen, it just goes to show that every single week is different.
So that's how the table looks. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down for the rest of the week. So Heneghan through to Saturday night's final. Lonsdale and Henderyck into Group B alongside Steve Hine, Scott Mitchell and Mike van Dijvenbode. Group C, Adams, Banks, Blom, Campbell, Atkins and Grierson. Let's talk about that B because that's a group and a half there.
Yeah, that's pretty useful. I know Steve Hine's going to be in the mood. We know Scott Mitchell he's brimming up to do something here. Could it be Scotty Dog's week? I think he's got a great chance. But the unknown factor really, it's not really unknown, but based on recent form, we're not sure what Mike van Dijvenbode is going to bring. He's going to be tall. Hopefully he's going to have a big quiff. The pigeon's back. You know, the guy can play. But I'm not really sure where his game is at. I'll be fascinated to see what happens there.
In terms of C, you got two very capable players coming in Jamie Atkins, and then also coming into the mix, Scott Campbell. Two players with good CVs, play at a very good level. The three players that dropped out of Group A are going to have their work cut out.
Yes, they are. They can't take them for granted. Don't take them easy because someone like Scott, someone like Jamie, for instance, we're talking about, and I'm not just saying this because we're on the spot right now, but they are potential weekly winners. Because they've got a lot of darts in the tank, they could well spring a surprise for some other people, but to us, it wouldn't be.
We've got 2 days worth of fun ahead. Looking forward to spending it in your company. It's been good fun today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's been very unpredictable. I expect a lot more.
Well, Paul, thank you for your company. As ever, thank you for your company at home. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, remember, on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group C gets underway. But as far as Group A was concerned, well, it was completely unpredictable, but it was Conor who conquered.